Chester, 2 days ago.
Order!
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for the peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspiration of those who we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, members. On February 27, 2020, the member for Mumphrey raised a point of privilege. The point of privilege raised was that the Premier acted upon her authority when terminating the appointment of the President of Aurora College. It was suggested that the Premier had breached the collective privileges of this House and acted against the dignity and authority of this Assembly as per Rule 20. The member also stated that the Premier obstructed the ability of this legislature in carrying out its lawmaking functions. As Speaker, I must determine two matters. First, whether a matter of privilege has been raised at the earliest opportunity, and second, whether there has been a prima facie breach of privilege. In other words, that at first glance, the matter appears to be a breach of privilege and warrants immediate consideration by the House. And second, the extent to which the matter has infringed upon any member's ability to perform their duties or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of the House. First, I will consider whether the point of privilege was raised at the earliest opportunity. The member received a legal opinion on or about February 12, 2020. The member was absent from the House on February 13th. The House was adjourned until February 25th. The member questioned the Premier on February 26, 2020 and tabled the legal opinion that day. The member raised the point of privilege on February 27, 2020, after the member reviewed the Premier's responses to the member's oral questions in Hansard from February 26, 2020. As a result, I am comfortable that the member raised it at the earliest opportunity. The second, I will determine whether a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. As Speaker, it is not my place to determine whether a law has been broken. The Minister of Justice correctly pointed this out when she spoke to the point of order raised that same day. Both the member and the Premier rely on differing legal opinions. Unless a ruling has been made in a court of law, neither opinion can be considered right, wrong, or misleading. It is almost impossible to conclude that a member has deliberately misled the House unless a member provides completely different responses to the exact same question. That is not what happened in this case. The Premier has remained consistent in her responses to oral questions on this issue. On February 10th, 2020, the member for Cam Lake questioned the Premier about her ability to terminate the President. The Premier said, quote, "While the Associate Deputy Minister may be statutory appointed, to the position of President under the Aurora College Act, the employment relationship of Deputy Ministers and Associate Deputy Ministers is clearly with me as Premier, and it remains my sole purview to terminate the employment of an Associate Deputy Minister across departments, end of quote. Shortly after, the member for Mumfwee asked a similar question of the Premier. The Premier's responded, quote, "Again, I think it might be a communications issue. At no time have I broken the law. In fact, we have had more legal opinions on this than not. The Premier is responsible for hiring and terminating Associate Deputy Ministers and Deputy Ministers. Appointments to positions are not contingent on the Minister having to hire or terminate. There are many statutory positions that the Minister is not responsible for hiring. In fact, very few positions can a Minister hire for. We are blended in two things that should not be blended," end of quote. There were several other occasions where members asked oral questions to the Premier on the authority of the Premier to dismiss the President of Aurora College. The Premier's responses were consistent. In conclusion, there is a clear difference of legal opinions between the member for Mumfwee and the Premier on their interpretation of the Aurora College Act. Although frustrations mounted on this particular subject, this difference of opinion does not prevent members from fulfilling their parliamentary functions, nor does such a disagreement breach the collective privileges of the House. Therefore, I find it is not a prima facie breach of privilege, and the point of privilege is dismissed. Members, a point of privilege is a serious matter. Alleging that a member of this House misled the Chamber or is breaking the law is a serious escalation that should be reserved for the most serious circumstances. I encourage members to exercise caution when doing so. I will now deal with the point of order raised by the Government House Leader on the same day regarding comments made by the member for Mumfwee. The Government House Leader suggested that comments by the member for Mumfwee seriously violated the rules of order and decorum in this House. It was suggested by the member that the Premier had misled the House, quote, overstepped her authority, broke the law, played free and easy with the laws passed by this House, end of quote. The Government House Leader feels that these comments went beyond the standards of the standards of acceptable debate in this House. The Government House Leader believes the member violated Rule 24, brackets H, brackets I, brackets J, and brackets J, or K, sorry. He also believes the member for Mumfwee's comments were inappropriate and unparliamentary. Members, it is my duty to maintain order and decorum and to decide questions of order. Therefore, when a point of order is raised, I must 1. State the rule in question, 2. Decide whether the point of order was raised at the earliest opportunity and whether the conduct violates the rule in question. This is usually decided on a case-by-case basis. The second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2009, page 619 states, and quote, In dealing with unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most importantly, whether or not the remarks created disorder in the chamber. End of quote. I have reviewed the comments made by the member for Mumfui in the House and Rule 24, which reads, in debate, the member will be called to order by the Speaker if the member H makes allegations against another member, a House officer, a witness, or a member of the public. I imputes false or hidden motives to another member. J charges another member with uttering a deliberate falsehood. K issues abusive or insulting language of a nature likely to create disorder. Members, the government House Leader raised a point of order the next day. He chose to wait to review Hansard before calling the point of order. I find this to be reasonable and not a non-necessary delay. On the point of order, I have reviewed the comments made by the member for Mumfui with respect to the tone, manner, intention in which he made them. I find they did cross the line and are contrary to Rule 24H, I, J, and K. Members, please remember that the rules of the Legislative Assembly are sanctioned by us. As Speaker, it is my responsibility to make sure that they are followed in this House. It is a responsibility that I take very seriously, and so should you. Respect has to be exercised by both sides of the House. Unkind or inflammatory comments made by a member when addressing another member are not necessary and do not encourage a respectful, balanced discussion. As members, you have to work with one another in the best interests of all the people of the Northwest Territories. We are a consensus system of government and have our own standards. Standards we are proud of and that we'd like to uphold. It's been said before, but I will say it again. While other legislatures may allow this style of debate, we find it unacceptable. I think most of the people we represent would agree. I find there is a point of order, and I will now ask the member for Mumfui to withdraw his remarks and apologize to the House. Thank you. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, dear I the good day, High Court there to and apologize. Harless get your sour delay. The chicken that the cow, the dean, the Nalagan, the Sia Father, now when I see the point there. As I apologize, the Sia will hold the listen so other. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I speak one of my 11 official languages in the House, probably the only one in the House. And today I do not have an interpreter. So I highly encourage you to shut down the House at this point in time, since I can't speak my language. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Mumfwee, are you rising on a point of privilege? Thank you. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely right. I'm raising a point of privilege since I can't speak in my language in this House that other members can understand what I'm saying. It's very important that I speak my language, one of the 11 official languages in the House. And I feel that we cannot continue having our discussion or debate today as I do not have an interpreter at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, it is my right to do so, to speak my language, as I've done over the last 15 years, and I'll continue to do so. But I cannot continue today with the limited resources that I have with the interpreters. Unfortunately, the two are away today for their various reasons, personal reasons. And Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that I stand here today to raise a point of order, point of privilege on this particular subject, which is very dear to my heart as a language spoken person in this House. And I'm very proud to speak my language. And today, I simply cannot do that for members to understand, even yourself, Mr. Speaker, to understand what I'm saying in my language. So I just want to raise a point of privilege to declare that we cannot continue with this assembly today. Mr. Speaker, merci.
Thank you. I'll take the point of privilege under advisement, and we'll deal with this matter tomorrow. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the value of tourism in the Northwest Territories, we often speak of terms of the dollars spent and the number of visitors tallied. In 2018 to 2019, the tourism industry showed record numbers in both of these categories, emphasizing once again that the approach to and investments in our Tourism 2020 strategy are working. In fact, over the last 5 years, we have increased the number of visitors to our territory by 42% and boosted spending by 43%. As we look to grow and diversify our territory's economy, these figures are important to our economic outlook. This growth in tourism means new tourism businesses and new service providers. With growth and diversification comes increased employment in our tourism sector and new revenue for our economy. However, Mr. Speaker, the full value of tourism is so much more. In Inuvik, Alistein's Eatery is a constant flurry of activity. Thanks to a regular and growing client base of summer road-tripping visitors, their business is thriving. What is unsaid and sometimes unnoticed is that Alistein's success as a tourism destination means that Inuvik residents also have a restaurant to enjoy year-round. In Toledo, campgrounds and walking trails have been built to accommodate tourists traveling the Mackenzie and Great Bear Rivers. However, local residents are also benefiting. Families are walking the groomed paths together, healthy eating workshops are being held in the picnic areas, and sharing circles are taking place in the campground teepee. In Jean Marie River, local artist and bed and breakfast owner Lucy Simon shares the art of moose hair tufting, and a traditional skill that she is helping to keep alive thanks to the tourism demand for her product. As Ms. Simon shares her creative process with her guests, she is also teaching her skills to a new generation, preserving and sharing this time-honoured activity that was once passed on to her. In Fort Smith, Northwestern Air Lease has seen a significant increase in their tourism-related bookings over the last 4 years. As a result, young athletes from the region are now benefiting from the company's success thanks to discounted rates for teams and groups traveling to compete at sporting events. In Yellowknife, buses and vans park outside Weaver and Devore to allow tourists to flock inside. While this fourth-generation family-run business was established almost exclusively to serve mining camps and fishers, tourists now line the aisles as well, providing benefits and opportunities for yet another generation of staff and their families. Mr. Speaker, while our government supports the tourism sector with investments in destination marketing, industry capacity building, and community readiness, we all play a part in its success. Our North is known for its spectacular landscapes and adventures, its strong Indigenous culture and traditions, the midnight sun, and aurora borealis. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, our North is known for its people, their warm and welcoming spirit, and our world-renowned northern hospitality. With the success of our tourism industry, however, there may be times when an influx of visitors to our territory puts a strain on our communities and their resources. More people wanting to visit our territory is the kind of challenge we want to have, though, and we will continue to work with communities to develop services and options for visitors across the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, in coming weeks, using the hashtag #ValueOfTourism_N.W.T, Northwest Territories residents will have the opportunity to read more about the projects that I've highlighted today. In doing so, I hope that we will all come to recognize that the value of tourism is much more than just economic. Yes, tourism continues to be an economic driver across the Northwest Territories, injecting over $200 million into our economy annually. But the value of tourism is also found in the infrastructure and services that we enjoy as residents. It is reflected in the preservation of our traditions and cultures, and it is implicit in the wellness of our communities and our families. Tourism highlights for the world what those of us living in the North already know, what a wonderful and magical place it is to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the need for more addictions and aftercare services for the people of Fort Smith and the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. has been without an addiction treatment centre since June 2013. As an MLA, I firmly believe that each and every family has experienced a family member, a friend, or has been privy to information about a problem of being addicted to some form of drug, alcohol, or other substances. We are a small territory, and we have some excellent workers who are very committed to the problem and to the clients they serve. But there are gaps in the system that we should be addressing. And I feel at times there have been a lack of political will from successive governments to fund the gaps that will really make a difference. Mr. Speaker, as MLA for Thabatcha and have been involved on the addiction scene for over 10 years with Salt River and the community of Fort Smith, I feel that addiction treatments have to be expanded to other treatment centres in the South so more choices are available to the client. The treatment centres in the South have complete teams which have psychologists, psychiatrists, addiction doctors, and counsellors who also have traditional knowledge and are trained to counsel all types of addiction, abuse, and trauma. However, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that there are other options which our government could explore. In fact, when I was Chief of Salt River, we have partnered with the Palmakers Treatment Centre, which is based out of Edmonton, along with the territorial government, and conducted a mobile community-based addiction 6-week pilot project, which featured strong cultural and on-the-land components in its programming. That programming was very well received by both participants and by the community members alike, plus 2 follow-up aftercare sessions with the complete training team from Palmakers Treatment Centre. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are other options that could be available to the people of the N.W.T. in the areas of addiction treatment. But this can only be made possible by all levels of government working together, which includes our territorial, federal, as well as the municipal and Indigenous governments. If Salt River and the community of Fort Smith were able to achieve this type of pilot project with a more northern-focused treatment option, I don't see why any other community in the Northwest Territories couldn't do so either. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to address another aspect of addiction services that are lacking in the N.W.T, which are inadequate levels of aftercare supports that are offered to people who return home from treatment centres. Aftercare is an extremely important component for people who struggle with addictions, yet our territory is lagging behind
Member for Thabatra, could you please seek unanimous consent to conclude your statement, please? Thank you.
Unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address another aspect of addiction services that are lacking in the N.W.T, which are the inadequate levels of aftercare supports that are offered to people who return home from treatment centres. Aftercare is an extremely important component for people who struggle with addictions. Yet our territory is lagging behind offering any real substantive supports to people when they return from treatment. When people get out of treatment, they must readjust to everyday life, which can be challenging after getting used to the routines and structure of rehab. To help people with these traditions, the best supports that we can offer people are things like halfway houses, sober living homes, and greater access to counseling services that must be available in all communities and regions across the N.W.T. We can and we must do better in this area, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Thabatra. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the need for a strategy to advance... Oh, sorry, wrong page. Or maybe it was the right page. Okay. Mr. Speaker, the need for a strategy to advance economic opportunities in agriculture was identified in the 2013 Economic Opportunity Strategy. Subsequently, the 18th Assembly developed an agricultural strategy that looked to expand the agricultural sector, increase local food production, increase producer and supplier opportunities, and improve distribution networks for N.W. food and products. Mr. Speaker, 3 terms later, in this 19th Legislative Assembly continues on a path looking to increase employment in small communities, reduce the cost of living, increase economic diversification, and increase food security. All the components we would expect in developing a strong and sustainable agricultural sector. The Minister of ITI must either reject, revise, or accept the strategy of the 18th Assembly if we are to make it our own and move it forward. I would say let us move on it and make it a reality. Mr. Speaker, if we are to build a relevant and viable agricultural industry, we must ensure that the legislation is in place to make it work. We must ensure that producers have access to land and that land cost is reasonable. We must provide the support and resources producers require. We must encourage and provide new and upcoming producers with training opportunities. We must partner with the federal government to leverage agricultural funding, and most importantly, we must partner with Indigenous peoples to ensure they are provided an opportunity to participate in a meaningful way. This approach will enhance the probability of successfully delivering on the agricultural strategy. The reality is that we have a number of producers who are hampered by lack of clarity around agricultural expansion. They are forced to approach it from the standpoint of hobby farming. These same producers are ready to move up to the next level of production, and we as government must support them by removing existing barriers and providing the support required to make it happen. Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that each producer is unique. We must work in collaboration with them while taking a small step approach to building on each component and each success if we expect to succeed. If we expect to capture all elements of agriculture in one big swoop, we will ultimately fail. And if we do nothing, we will fail. So let's get to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Just a reminder to members, please seek unanimous consent. Keep an eye on the clock. It's going over quite a bit here, so thank you. Member statements. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I see the CRT got down there. The Legislative Assembly let's say the Guyati got a day, gonna that's at the Honda in the Yati along there. Clinton Yati in the Tau along there. And it's on the Walala so what gets in full of the sun is in the your premier what's on what done in the now we get something that's a kill the party what the lady done that's a kill I see what the new the but then I got in the I see that's a kill no who we don't not the I see it's on Saturday next than what than how was on the parties on King as in the guy question as in the guy do how to sonny Hanot is one and said the Nezelde. I don't that new rules are saying that rules Saturday. We can lot down the left. On kids and what down in the Saga and the Lila there. As I did think out, I see what are, get great down there. Then the sets at the call, Tati what dollar there. See what down in there. Then the sets at the South Tati or leather. Don't let the general war who online the Sinsagade. Respect the Siata Sayati, Clinton Yati got the Ayata respect on a queer on the left. And they learned there. Near the speaker out there, what you cabin ML is again. I respect a gate on the left. And they learned the Sinsagade. Guyat I got at the I made do other than I got at down there. Okay, Honey, I got there, go in Holland, okay, Honey, the now walla, Guyatia got there, wishing in loud. Chinka doesn't care. That's all, Mr. Speaker. I see only. That's seeing the Seati, season Seati got down there, some congregate. Don't thought, I know the so I guess in Hulaza, die simply. I know the ML is again, cabinet again. Get the phone. That's all you know. They got the work out there. Must see.
Thank you, Member from Umpqui. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunade Welly.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't able to speak about this on last session day. I was not feeling well, but so I thought I'd share my statement on International Women's Day. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, so in honor of International Women's Day, which was officially recognized yesterday on Sunday, March 8th, I'd like to share some remarks to highlight this occasion. First, I'd like to share some facts about what led to International Women's Day becoming a worldly celebration. The first Women's Day took place in the U.S. on February 28, 1909. However, that celebration was only recognized domestically within the U.S. And the first official Women's Day was on an international scale was held 2 years later on March 19th in 1911 in Germany, Austria, and in Denmark. 2020 marks the 111th global commemoration for women, as International Women's Day was first celebrated in 1909. This is meant to celebrate social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. This day is about calling out the many injustices that women are faced with every day and the constant battle to fight for and safeguard women's rights. While it's important, Mr. Speaker, to be informed about the many struggles that women must deal with on a regular basis, I would like to celebrate this past International Women's Day by sharing a story about a special woman in my life. And that lady was my great-grandmother, Adeline Mandeville. I remember one quick story. Before I went to university, I was going to a job in Trans-Canada Pipelines, and she told me, she said, I'll say another story in Chippewa shortly here, but she told me, speak straight, don't lie, work hard. Now get out of the house and go work. You're not going to live on my old age pension. Go work, she said. And that's what she was. She was straight shooter, straight to the point. And I love her for that because I don't know where I'd be if she wasn't like that. Yeah. So I'd like to say a few short words in my language. And this is an excerpt of what happened when I was a kid. She said, my great-grandfather Modest was also, we're going wood duck hunting. So Modest, cheta year, tata. N.W.T, Stephen. Nutasana. Hey, number 2, see? If you see, Garshala see. Hey, Modest. And there was a gunshot boom. And I look up, and I thought it was my great-grandfather shooting, but no, it is my great-grandmother with her hand. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I got excited telling about this story because I haven't told it in so long. So this will be very short. So basically was this image of my great-grandmother. She had a bright yellow handkerchief on with a dress, and she had a shotgun, and she was shooting, and she shot a duck. And I looked up, I was like so surprised, and I'm like, man, that's one strong lady. And so she taught me a lot in life, both my great-grandparents, and I like to say, Nalanis Tantua, the Timarsi Choestan, Mr. Speaker.
Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, excuse me, the residents of my community of Fort Providence are up in arms with the services provided at the local health center. Most that I have spoken with state they no longer want to deal with the local health center and are reaching out to other health centers in the outlying communities. The residents are constantly being mistreated, misdiagnosed, and being brushed off for any assistance, even with compensation forms that are required to file a disability claim. Medical travel is in question as patient escorts are not being provided for serious ailments to people being diagnosed with cancer symptoms and injuries to the elderly. The residents notice good nurses leaving our community and are concerned. I had filed a complaint back in November 2019 with no action on the file since. Mr. Speaker, this situation is totally out of hand and requires immediate attention. I will have questions for the Health Minister at the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of May last year, an inmate at the North Slave Correctional Centre assaulted a prison guard. And when I say assaulted, I mean he landed more than a dozen punches on the guard's head and kicked him in the stomach several times when he fell to the floor. I'm told this is the most serious assault on a prison guard at NSCC in many years. The little that we do know comes from the court case involving the inmate. He pleaded guilty to the assault on the guard and for another assault that put him in remand in jail in the first place. NNSL obtained video footage of the attack that was entered as evidence. We see the attack. Then someone opens the door the man just walked through, looks, and then closes it. A guard runs from the opposite direction, sprays the inmate, and then handcuffs him. The fallen guard is helped out of the way, and the inmate is escorted in the opposite direction by two guards. There's no audio on this video, so we don't know what was said. The guard who was assaulted was taken to hospital for assessment and released, we learned later. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice did its own investigation of the incident. I obtained the report by two departmental staff through access to information. It offers spotty information because large sections are blacked out. What I did learn is that the guard was not following the proper protocol for escorting this inmate. It's unclear whether the guard knew he wasn't following the protocol. Since the incident, the warden has informed staff that they have to review the corrections directives and standing orders and sign off on them. I also learned that there is no training for new officers that relates specifically to escorting inmates through the building, although guards are taught self-defense and as well as how to arrest and control inmates. It's unclear how much refresher training guards get after their initial 6 weeks of training. Mr. Speaker, there are some loose ends. Why didn't corrections have a third party investigate the incident? Were serious incident response protocols followed? None of these questions are answered in the blacked out report. Mr. Speaker, being a prison guard is a tough job. Violence is always a risk, so safety is a big deal. This report raises questions about how safe a place NSCC is to work. I will have questions for the Minister of Justice. Merci.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my writing, I'm still smiling from last week's member statement. Yes, from the Minister in regards to T-Force, using pay stubs. I still want to say thank you. You're so good to us. So, Mr. Speaker, positive responses sends an important message that the Minister is listening to our concerns on this side of the House and trying to work with us. Mr. Speaker, I wish all the yeses would solve all the problems in my constituents' housings, but sadly, that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. N.W.T. communities such as Sax Harbour, Polituck, Ullakuktuk, and Tuktoyaktuk public housing units of service were built in 1970, 1980, and in the 90s. We have very few new units in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Many units have been repaired, retrofitted more than a few times, and have a majority of them that still require a lot of maintenance upkeep on a yearly basis, such as doors, windows, and the mold. My constituents who live in these older public housing units need relief, Mr. Speaker. Many of them are trying desperately to get out of arrears. And that's next week's misstatement, Mr. Speaker, how to get rid of all the rental arrears across the Northwest Territory. So people are struggling. On top of this, the N.W.T. we come from the most coldest place in the Territory. I see the communities in the Northwest Territories, the tenants do their best to keep the units healthy and warm. The person who lives in public units built in 2000 and 2010 doesn't have the challenges to keep the units livable yet, and they're paying the same rent, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm asking the Minister to seriously consider lowering the monthly rent paid to people living in the oldest public housing units. These units are probably paid for themselves 10 times over in the decade since they were built. The lower monthly rent in the oldest public units, housing units, and will allow people to have a better chance to get out of arrears, to keep the heat and lights on, and don't have those limiters put on for 10 minutes on and 10 minutes off, and being able to pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister please consider recommendations seriously? Costs of government would be minimal. The impact on my constituents' lives would be immeasurable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you feeling a little tired today? Perhaps like you didn't get enough sleep? Well, that's because, Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, the government stole an hour from us due to the time change. And, Mr. Speaker, the hardest part about this is I don't really know why. Often people say it's about the farmers, but that's actually not true. And Saskatchewan hasn't had time change for years, and the farming is doing just fine there. The true origins of this lie with Germany and World War I as a cost measure to save fuel, something that is not even the case anymore, as it's been shown that places with daylight savings time actually spend more money on electricity consumption. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to address that often people say that daylight savings times adds daylight, which is not possible, Mr. Speaker. The sun and the earth's position is something we cannot change. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason for daylight savings time to exist in the Northwest Territories. Just ask my friends from the Bodell. There's plenty of daylight in the summertime. Mr. Speaker, our neighbours in the Yukon have recently got rid of the time change. I believe it is time for the Northwest Territories to do this as well. The last Assembly began this work. There was a petition with over 500 signatures requesting this. The Alberta government recently conducted a survey of its residents and found that 93% want to get rid of the time change. There are jurisdictions across the world finally looking at getting rid of this anomaly that we believe we can control time, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the Minister of Justice, or should I say the Minister of Time, about whether we can finally get rid of this archaic practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Framelit.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. As noted by my colleague, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the Northwest Territories Bureau of Statistics released additional data from the 2019 Community Survey at the end of February of this year. I'll focus on food security, as I find those results particularly shocking. 2018, 3,407 N.W.T households, or 23%, reported that they were often or sometimes worried about having enough money for food in the previous 12 months. Many of these households also stated they had difficulty making ends meet, with 12.5% reporting both food insecurity and general financial insecurity. Food insecurity among N.W.T communities ranged from 9% in Kikiza to 60% in Betchako. Many of our smaller and more remote communities are having a difficult time putting food on the table. Pawlatuck, Uluhaktuk, Hay River Reserve, Wrigley, and Betchako all have 50% or more of their households worried about food. It is totally unacceptable that people in the N.W.T are going without food. Planning and building roads, where less than 50% of the workers are Northerners, is not going to solve this problem. N.W.T residents need food security programs and supports, housing and education. Put people first, Mr. Speaker. Building food security in our communities cuts across our government and should include actions such as making more land available for agricultural production, training in local gardening and food preservation, better support for food harvester support programs and inter-settlement trade, review of regulatory barriers and gaps to allow for sale of locally produced food in the Northwest Territories, and a Real Nutrition North program that moves from rewarding retailers to supporting local food producers and consumers. I'll have questions later today for the Premier on what our government is doing to build food security in the Northwest Territories, how our efforts will stop people worrying about where their next meal is going to come from. Mussy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my community, the Inuvik Housing Authority waitlist is currently sitting at 80 applications for 1 bedrooms, 9 applications for 2 bedrooms, and 10 applications for 3 bedrooms. This number has not changed at all in the past few years. But it's the single applicants that I have heard from my community that are falling between the cracks. There's a huge gap in the service between housing, income support, and the private market, Mr. Speaker. We know that we do not have any vacant single units in Inuvik Housing Authority, and that from what I've been told by many of the constituents in my riding, that income support will only provide a certain amount, and the number that keeps coming is $600 per month for single individuals as long as they are on the wait list for housing. They also tell me that when they go to make an application through the private rental company, and we all know the biggest one, and that's sitting here in Yellowknife and Inuvik, they're told that they're not eligible as they don't meet the income requirement. So here they are, Mr. Speaker, homeless, couch surfing, and if lucky, they get a bed at our homeless shelter. Mr. Speaker, it puzzles me that income support will provide only up to $600 per month per rent, or is this the message that they provide? Knowing that the private market is anywhere from $900 to $1,350 plus power for a bachelor or a 1-bedroom. Some of these clients are dealing with medical issues. Some are adult students trying to finish their education. Some are returning from treatment once they arrive back home and have no place to stay. We as a government are not providing them with a basic need of housing, and this is unacceptable. I hear this from both the residents that are waiting for units and from those who are providing a place for these people to stay, asking why is this barrier there? Mr. Speaker, I understand that we cannot control private business, but we can control income security program to work with private rental housing to find a way to meet their income criteria so that when a resident applies for a unit, income security can provide documentation to meet the need of the rental company, Mr. Speaker. It makes me angry that we continue to create barriers instead of meeting people where they're at to meet their basic needs. I will have questions for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, medical travel is a necessity of life in the North. The prohibitive cost of delivering all services to all 33 N.W.T communities, paired with the global shortage of healthcare workers, requires Northerners to travel to large centres to receive specialized care. Virtual care, specifically telehealth, has been a part of our northern care landscape for decades, helping the North increase client access and reduce costs to our healthcare system. Canada was an early driver of virtual care, but quickly fell behind other nations. Given our growing medical travel costs and the spectrum of pandemics such as the threat of COVID-19, now is the time to increase the use of virtual care. This will enable the N.W.T to sharpen the focus on preventative care and continue to meet the healthcare needs of all Northerners in the most cost-effective way possible. Well-known Northern physician and former N.W.T Chief Medical Information Officer, Dr. Ewan Affleck, recently co-chaired the Virtual Care Task Force, a national partnership of medical professionals focused on promoting and growing access to quality health care through virtual care. Their final report, which I will table today, was released in February. The Virtual Care Task Force identified 5 key national recommendations to help address the 4 main barriers to virtual care. Mr. Speaker, the barriers identified were specific, clear, and solvable. Digital interoperability across the healthcare system to exchange healthcare information. 2, simple registration and licensing to allow physicians to provide virtual care across provincial and territorial boundaries. 3, payment models for virtual care. And 4, medical education and professional development for physicians and medical students as they transition from an analog medical world to a digital one. Mr. Speaker, we are already setting ourselves up for greater success and access to virtual care. The Northwest Territories, I am proud to say, was identified as the jurisdiction that has come the closest to interoperability with its electronic medical record system or single patient chart. In terms of next steps, registration, licensing, and payment models are barriers that can be addressed through direction from this government. The demand for virtual care in Southern Canada is growing to meet public desire in the digital age. In the North, however, virtual care could literally mean the difference between a person's access to health care or not. So not a desire, Mr. Speaker, but a need. Virtual care will improve N.W.T resident access to essential services in the comfort of their home communities and enable the N.W.T to put less money into air travel and more money into actual care, including prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. I'd like to welcome our visitors that we have in the gallery with us today. I hope you're enjoying our proceedings, and it's always nice to have an audience with us. Thank you. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Labacha.
Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Addictions being a major setback in the N.W.T, we have among the highest levels of addictions per capita in the country. Would the Minister consider adding more treatment centre options to our clients to ensure that we're covering all different types of scenarios that deal with addiction?
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health and Social Services is currently working on a process to issue a RFP for proposals for the addictions treatment. So the goal of this RFP is to identify southern locations and facilities that provide addiction services to Northwest Territories residents. This will mean more choices for their varying needs. Also, it is hoped that the contract will the contract results will come in the early summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, Is the on the land funding similar to what we have done in Salt River still available to all Indigenous governments?
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the member is referring to the on-the-land mobile addictions treatment delivery by Salt River First Nation that was done a couple years ago. Yes, the Department of Health and Social Services will continue to deliver on-the-land healing fund for the mental health and addictions. This program is delivered in partnership with the Indigenous groups, governments. Starting in 2019-2020, the department has enhanced the fund to add additional funding to specific mobile addictions treatments and land-based aftercare. This funding is meant to support the Indigenous governments to provide the same type of mobile addictions treatment program for that on Salt River First Nation that they delivered a couple years ago. It is our hope that this type of program can be real options for individuals who do not want to leave their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, integrated case management comes under justice, but has underlying effects with addictions and clientele who are affected by not being able to get into the mainstream of society. Would the Minister consider working with the Justice Minister to ensure that both the Fort Smith and Inuvik regions get the Pathfinders to work with their regions and communities?
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the member is referring to the Pathfinders with the integrated case management program that's currently run by Department of Justice. The Department of Health and Social Services participates in this intergovernmental working group, which oversees the initiative. Yes, the department will continue to work with the Justice to determine how lessons learned from this program can be applied to improve access to services in the N.W.T. The key is not about the Pathfinder positions in the communities, it's about taking a different approach on how the government provides services to its residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, a territorial transition house should be considered for the community of Fort Smith because of its setting, environment, and the traditional values and language that are offered. This territorial traditional transition house should be in a place where people can stay once they finish treatment in the South. Would the Minister consider building a territorial transition house for aftercare clientele so the N.W.T would be more successful in making the addictions problems facing our people a thing of the past? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member that access to safe and sober housing is important to individuals who recover from addictions. Our department's mental wellness and addictions recovery action plan makes a commitment to work with partners to identify transitional housing options for people returning from addictions treatment. This concept is also included in the mandate of this Assembly. So yes, the department will be working with our partners to determine how we can establish a transitional housing supports in the Northwest Territories. And I agree, Mr. Speaker, this may not make addictions a thing of the past, but it will go a long way towards supporting people trying to make a change in their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Hay River we have trees, fish, roads, a port, and agriculture. So my questions will be for the Minister of ITI. Can the Minister of ITI tell me if her department is prepared to action the agricultural strategy prepared by the 18th Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in fact, we are already delivering on a suite of programs under that strategy, including those under the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. In the South Slave, we have evidence in projects such as the Riverside Farms, the Roots to Rudiments, and the huge potato harvests from Bowden Farms on sale at the Super A. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next question is has the Minister commenced discussion with the Minister of Lands on how to address the need for lands dedicated for agricultural use in the South Slave? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ITI is working with the Department of Health and Social Services, Environment and Natural Resources, as well as Lands to ensure all actions identified in the strategy are moving forward. I can confirm that under the agricultural strategy that these discussions are ongoing in the departments at the working group level. We also are trying to be more proactive with communities when it comes to designating land for agricultural use. Over the last 2 years, ITI's superintendent in the South Slave has met with community leaders, is my understanding, to identify lands within the municipalities for agriculture. In Hay River in particular, this is a really opportune time as the town itself is undertaking its community development planning, so we're going to definitely be working with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if she's prepared to address the need for legislation that will enhance and support an agricultural sector in the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm, yes, to the member that the government is ready to explore all options, including policy, legislation, regulation or programming, to advance the business of food in this territory. We believe the demand for safe, affordable, locally grown food choices will create businesses and entrepreneurial activities that will work to strengthen and diversify our economy as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For this minister, I'm trying to have some theme days in Hay River, and she is coming to Hay River, I think, on the 23rd, and it's going to be small business. But I also want her to show up to Hay River, and the theme day then will be agriculture, and to meet with people. So will the minister commit to visiting Hay River to meet and discuss agricultural impediments with producers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to commit to having some of that discussion on the 23rd, but from listening to the member, it sounds like he would like another day for me to come down to Hay River, so I will commit to that. However, you may have to fight with the member for N.W.T to get me there a second time before I get to his community. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Rock, she's coming to talk first there. So, Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister responsible for N.W.T housing. When the current rent scale was developed years back, was there any consideration given or any thought given into rent scale on a newer unit to an older unit? Some of the units, like I said, were built in 1970s, 80s, and 90s in the communities that I represent. Is there any possibility for the department to look at rent scale in regards to the monthly rent? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation right now is looking at the rent scale and looking at the affordability for the older units and for the older units and the newer units. We're looking at possible Indigenous partnership going forward, or stakeholders that may be interested in purchasing those units. But going forward, we are looking at the rent scale right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T Housing Corporation currently is tracking the costs paid by the tenants in the units. Is there for the power, the heating, fuel, And with the other different units, are they tracking that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to my my department, we do take care of the fuel and the water, and we do track the consumption of those intakes annually. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the minister be willing to direct her department to undertake an assessment to determine the cost of living for the people in the older units versus the newer units? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will commit to making, looking at the differences between the variations of our rent and the clients that we serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, this is a good day, Mr. Speaker, again. I'm getting all what I want to hear. This is like housing's the biggest concern for me in my riding across this whole territory. That's why we're one of the biggest things in our mandate. So I'm really happy with the minister that's trying to she's making a good effort. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the assessment shows that, and as I know that the older units will cost more, but the minister to adjust the rent scale accordingly when that assessment comes out, because I'll be pushing for that in the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, member, for the comment. We will be reviewing those rent scales as we go forward and with the variations between the new and the older units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Premier. Earlier today, I recounted some of the statistics from the latest community survey where almost a quarter of N.W.T. households reported being worried sometimes or often about food security. Can the Premier tell us what specific actions this government is taking to build food security and whether we have any specific targets over the next 4 years? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So food, clothing and shelter are according to Maslow's hierarchy, are the basic needs that we need to meet for people. So when I hear that almost 3,400 people, my understanding is, that are feeling insecure about their food, that brings concerns. It should bring concerns for all of our government. So what are we doing about it? We do have things that we are working on, a range of activities, from increasing local food production to, of course, our agricultural industry that was just spoke about earlier today. Our territorial anti-poverty action plan includes 12 actions on food security, including the establishment of a food security coalition for the N.W.T, so we'll be moving forward on this action plan as well. And then, of course, we are looking to work with the Government of Canada, constantly working with the Government of Canada to get some input into the redesign of our Nutrition North. I've heard for many years that it's not working. It's time for the Government of Canada to hear us and make a Nutrition North program that's more works for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that response. It was 3,400 households, not individuals, a lot more individuals that are worried about food. But, Mr. Speaker, without a proper tracking system to account for local food production and consumption, it seems unlikely there will be any measurable progress towards building stronger food security. Can the Premier tell us whether there is indeed a proper tracking system in place for food security in the N.W.T, and if not, will she commit her cabinet to developing one? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member knows that actually the N.W.T Bureau of Statistics does track food prices in the larger regional centres such as Yellowknife, the River, etc. They also, every few years, they do a comparison across the communities, and from that a food price index is calculated. It shows variations in the price of food across the communities. But the question on whether we would track further than that, that is a question that at this point I'm not willing to actually make a commitment to. It's one thing to be able to track how many people might start a egg-producing farm or a large-scale farm. How many people actually have greenhouses in their backyard, such as myself? Those would be impossible to track, but those are really important food initiatives that people have to take into the Northwest Territories. I grew up here in 1962 and I never knew. I couldn't even grow grass. I never knew we used to have farming here. It's an initiative that we have to push further. We need to look at food production in all areas, whether it's been harvesting to growing your own crops. But to be able to take numbers on all of that, like I said, the backyard farmers, would be a little bit more difficult. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that. Look, prices do have a relation to food security, but I asked about food production. Do we have a way of measuring food production and consumption of local foods? And I don't think it's impossible to track. We've got a greenhouse in our front yard as well, but look, we can survey people and get a better idea of this. But I want to make it a little easier for the Premier with the next question, asking her about an area that she should be familiar with, and that's Nutrition North. Can the Premier tell us specifically what action is being undertaken by the federal government and our government to redesign Nutrition North? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, I can't say honestly what is being done at this point. There's been a new elections happen within the Northwest Territories. I was Premier, and of course, federally, there was a new election that just happened too. So we have done initial meetings with our ministers and the Prime Minister. I will be meeting again with the Prime Minister this week. However, it isn't something that we've been actually said, here's an action plan on it. What I can commit to, though, is Nutrition North is not working in the Northwest Territories. I didn't have to come into the legislation to hear that. I've heard it for many years. What I can commit to is I will be bringing it forward to the Minister for the North. It is in our Arctic and Northern Policy Framework. I will continue to advocate for it, as well as all the other issues that we have in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that. Just a little bit perturbed that Nutrition North needs to be redesigned, but we don't really have any ideas about how to do that. I hope the Premier can put something together fairly quickly and get that ready and work with this side of the House. Building food security is going to take a lot of effort from this government, and it's going to cut across many departments. For example, food security can and should include greater support for community harvesters and local food production. Can the Premier tell us what the best programs are to support community harvesting and local food production, and whether these will be increased over the next 4 years? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't stand here and say what the best program is. What I can say is that we have a variety of programs across the departments. For example, our anti-poverty fund gives $1 million a year in contributions. Last year, in 2019-2020, we supported 31 food security projects. Our Healthy Children's Fund provides $400,000 a year. It gave a total of 7 security projects through this fund. 13 food security projects were supported through the Small Communities Homelessness Fund. The Healthy Foods for Learning program, and this one is a big one for me, supports all 49 schools in the Northwest Territories for healthy foods for children. The Canadian Agricultural Partnership is a federal partnership. It gives $1 million a year to advance community food development. ITI has a Northern Food Development Program to support producers of fish, meat, and other food products. We're revitalizing the Great Slave Lake fishery. I think that's an important one. Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan supports land-based initiatives, including harvesting. We have a community harvesting assistance program, and we're looking at a mentorship program as well. The Indigenous governments asked for a hunter education program to support safe hunting So I can't say which one of them is all important. What I can say is that not one food source works for all people. Some people are very traditional, some people are hunters and gatherers, some people want to go to our grocery store. We need to look at all right across the gamut to ensure food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are to the Health Minister regarding concerns raised by local residents as to the health centre. Mr. Speaker, I had raised this issue with the Minister on February 27, 2020 on the same issue. The issues residents are having with nurse practitioners at the local health centre. This continues to be a serious issue and residents want action and they want action now. Can the Minister provide assurances to the residents of Fort Providence that this issue will be looked into as soon as possible? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member and I are having discussions right now with some of his concerns, and he's raised concerns, and I'm working with my department and the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority to have a discussion on the member's concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Nurse practitioners are left to their own device, so to speak. Can the Minister provide assurances and action to develop an evaluation program for health center nurse practitioners for the small communities? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what that means, but I will look into what the member is referring to. I do want to talk a little bit about the primary health care reform. This is something that the department is working on, and it's a long-term commitment, and it'll take time to achieve system-wide cultural change. The primary health care reform is an initiative that we are advancing cultural safety and relationship care as key priorities for the health and social services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I think the evaluation program I'm referencing is in relation to evaluations of nurse practitioners and how they conduct their work within the communities. That's what I was referring to. I understand complaints are filed with the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. I myself have filed a complaint on behalf of several residents back in November 2019. There's been no action on this file, nor notices or acknowledgements that they were received from that association. The Minister stated in February 27, 2020 that the department does conduct internal investigations made against health center staff. Will the Minister conduct an immediate investigation into the allegations against the health center nurse practitioners? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, the member is talking about a HR issue, and it is something that our department is looking into, and will respond back to the member. However, I'm not prepared to discuss any human resource issues on the floor today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of EC&E. Can the Minister confirm if there is a maximum of $600 per month for single individuals for rent? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that there is not a $600 cap for rent payable for income assistance clients. There was a cap that was changed back in April of 2018. I think at that time the cap for single individuals was $900, but that is long since gone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Can the Minister commit to having his department ensure that residents are eligible for rental subsidies that meet the actual cost of the market rent in the community where they apply? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a client is eligible for income assistance, then they're eligible for the rent and other utilities. So it's not a commitment I need to make. That's something that's in the legislation currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the answers of the previous two, will the Minister commit to making sure that his departments are giving the accurate information out to clients or doing some type of information for us as MLAs or other agencies that may be helping clients with different instances like income support, and because we are the integrated case management workers, so that we can make sure we can provide the right information as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members brought this issue to my attention, and the department is going to look into what's happening in the Beaufort Delta and follow up there and find out where this information is coming from. And a lot of this information is publicly available. I can have it sent to the members, but there is a plain language handbook online, and there's actually the policy manual used in the offices available online as well that has the legislation in there and then a description of how that legislation is interpreted. And I can share all of that for the members, because I know that as a regular member, especially one who's always in their constituency, we get a lot of income assistance questions and concerns, and those are my copies in my constituency office are well worn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for providing that. Although majority of the people that are usually helping clients in our communities sometimes they don't have access to computers, and sometimes they don't have access to providing this material. But I have one last question, is if the Minister commit to have his department work with the rental companies that to be able to meet the rental application for the financial commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's something that is supposed to happen, and I will follow up and make sure that that is happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend all the people of the Yukon who woke up and will never have to change their clocks ever again. It seems what happens here, there's a bit of a gridlock where Alberta is looking into doing this once again, BC is, California is, and no one seems to want to move. So my question for the Minister of Justice is, can we take the lead and get rid of time change?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I'm still the Minister responsible for Justice and not taking on the mantle of time. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm that staff within the Department of Justice are actively involved with their counterparts. We are keeping tabs of what's happening. We're aware of the progress that seems to be taking place in a lot of other jurisdictions, moving away from time changing. So I'm not going to stand here today and say that we'll take the lead, but I can say that the department is right now quite active on this. And if there's an opportunity to take the lead, then we would look at that. But at the moment, we're simply going to continue to engage and to see what is happening with our partners immediately to the south, as well as in other jurisdictions in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not quite the answer I was looking for. I recognize one of the barriers to the Northwest Territories doing this is that Alberta is our largest trading partner, and there's a general desire to be on the same time zone as Alberta. One of my concerns is they're going out and doing this work right now, and I don't want to get left behind where all of a sudden we're not caught up to make sure we can implement this change. So I guess what I'm looking for is the Minister of Justice prepared to commit that if should Alberta change and get rid of time zone, that we will do so as well.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was also privy to the news articles about the change in the Yukon. I can assure the member that the Department of Justice is well aware of what's happening and well aware of the need to be reactive now and not later. So what I can certainly say at this point is that should Alberta make a change, we will be in a position to respond very quickly. It's not a response that would be mine alone, and so that's my inability to commit to that here today on the floor. But for whatever assurance I can give is that if there's a change, we will not be delayed in our response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that we want to get this right, and given that I think there's overwhelming public support to get this done, especially, I mean, based on everyone I've talked to, I guess, could the minister commit that we will begin some formal public engagement, reach out to the relevant stakeholders, such as Alberta, such as the airline industry, and start the steps forward to prepare us to make that change?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to commit and confirm that we will reach out to our legal counterparts in the other jurisdictions. We will reach out to stakeholders such as airlines, such as computer service providers. As far as public engagement, I think I would be a little more hesitant there in that can mean a lot of different things depending on the nature of the bill. This change would involve a change to regulations. This is not a change that requires a legal or legislative change. It is the daylight savings regulations, I think. I'm not sure if I'm quite right. So it's a fairly narrow change that would need to take place, and that doesn't necessarily or typically require public engagement. But to the extent that there are stakeholders and relevant stakeholders that we need to engage with, yes, I'll commit to making that motion now. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Justice about the attack on the prison guard at the North Slave Correctional Centre last May. Let me start by saying that I recognize this minister was not the minister at that time. The report into the attack was conducted by 2 Justice Department staff. In other words, there was no third-party involvement. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular investigation, which was back in May, was not conducted by staff from the North Slave Correctional Facility, although the member is correct, it was conducted by other members from the Department of Justice. The nature of the investigation into any incident is responsive to the incident itself. And in this case, this was deemed to be adequate and appropriate. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP were called and were involved, and the WSCC was involved. So there were responses from a variety of different avenues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Justice for that response. Mr. Speaker, the point of third-party investigations or input from third parties in investigations is to strengthen public confidence in the results. Does the Minister believe that that is in fact the case and would have been helpful here? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am confident in the work that was done in response to this incident by our staff, by the Department of Justice staff. That said, that doesn't mean that we can't still, being a new government and looking more broadly at correctional services and more broadly at the work that's done by all corrections staff, always strive to do better. Mr. Speaker, I can say that there is going to be a workplace assessment done about safety in corrections this spring, and that is in fact going to be external to the Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister has delivered some good news there. I'm not sure who does the external workplace safety assessment, but that seems like a very good measure. There are a lot of loose ends in this report. One, which is just not understandable because of the amount of blacking out, is whether serious incident protocols were followed. Can the minister assure us that, in fact, these protocols were followed given the seriousness of this incident? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not uncommon in any kind of an incident that there will be areas of improvement. And what I would just speak to, Mr. Speaker, are in fact the improvements and responses that were made as a result of this incident. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, there was additional training provided in January of 2020, so already this year, surrounding the kinds of responses that should be taking place. There's been discussions within the corrections and North Slave facility specifically around the kinds about when and how to review policy and about refresher training, which does happen regularly within the facility. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, being aware of the need to be particularly responsive to what is a very difficult workplace, there's in fact now been an interdepartmental working group formed with Human Resources and Corrections to ensure that we're providing the very best staffing support to our front line, but also to the supervisors within the facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, the video, which is the information I have to go on, raises a whole bunch of questions. Why didn't the guard on the other side of the door intervene? Why did the guard on this side of the door not have another guard with her? There are many questions that this video raises, which there are no written answers to in terms of publicly accessible information or even through ATIP. So my question I want to repeat again is about serious incident protocols. I'm sure that the Correctional Centre has them, and I'm interested to know whether they were followed in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are certain forms of escort within the facility that require 2 guards to be conducting an escort, the staff at the correctional facility are aware of that. That policy has been the subject of review, and that's been the subject of review by the staff and by the supervisors at the facility. So I am confident going forward that they have looked at that they've looked at that policy specifically, and that with the things that we've done since then, including training in January, including the interdepartmental working group to support the staff, and hopefully also with the workplace assessment that is coming in the next month or so, that any shortcomings in terms of following policy will not be repeated, and indeed policies will be at the very best possible level to assure the safety of all the people that are working at the correctional facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to my statement today, I'm wondering if the Minister of Health and Social Services would be able to inform the House of how much the cost of medical travel has increased over the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, our medical travel has cost our department, has increased in our department by 43%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what the top 3 reasons for the increase to medical travel costs are. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The top 3 reasons for the increase in medical travel, well, she's asked for top 3. There are many. Medical travel is a complex program, but the top 3 reasons for the increase in the cost is, number 1, the cost for transportation and accommodation has increasing flights for tickets and hotels are increasing. That's number one. Number two is we have a number of complex cases where patients are required travel beyond Edmonton for more specialized care, and also for longer periods of time, as well as increased number of non-medical escorts who are accommodating patients to travel, and in part due to recent changes with the N.W.T's medical travel policy to provide these additional supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what the Department is currently doing to address the high cost of medical travel in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to reduce the need for medical travel, steps are being taken for residents to be able to access services in their home community or the region wherever possible. The Department and the authorities are looking into identifying options to provide services in the Northwest Territories that residents currently have to travel south for. So some examples are injections for migraines, also the skin surveys, as well as allergy testing. So these are some of the areas where our department is looking at efficiencies, as well as we continue to work with our telehealth care to reduce the need for patients to travel outside their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does the Department of Health and Social Services have, or will it be developing, a virtual care strategy so that Northerners can have a clear understanding of the N.W.T's view on its future role with Northwest Territories' healthcare system? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the department is currently looking at developing what we're calling a digital care strategy. So this digital care strategy will help us make decisions when to use technology to improve patient care in the Northwest Territories. So the virtual care enables health practitioners to meet with each other and to and with patients over distance will be a key component of this strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary member for, Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have questions today for the Minister of Lands regarding the transfer of Commissioners' land within municipal boundaries. One of the issues that has ran up is a number of municipal boundaries are in dispute with land claim negotiations, as the land is, claimed by an Aboriginal government, and rightfully so. But in the case of the City of Yellowknife's request, can I just confirm with the Minister of Lands whether that includes any of the land in the Acknowledgements interim land withdrawal?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is not contemplating transferring any of the lands to the city that are currently withdrawal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Lands. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that answer because I just want to make it clear when the City of Yellowknife is requesting the municipal lands in their boundary, they are not requesting the land that the Acknowledgements is requesting. That is a separate issue that the City of Yellowknife is not requesting that land. My next question is, I'm concerned that we underfund our municipalities and they've been asking for this land, and I'm concerned that the Department of Lands is then going to make the city pay an arm and a leg for it. So my question is to the Minister of Lands, is there an intention to charge or the city for this land?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, land has value. However, when we're working with municipal governments, we will transfer it there is a fee of $1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the municipal funding gap, I believe they could probably afford $1. Mr. Speaker, my next question is, I believe there's been some concerns about surveying the land exactly, in that commissioner's land is, in large parcels and is not exactly surveyed into smaller parcels that a city would often use. I was hoping the Minister of Lands could just speak to any issues, if any, that require surveying before we could transfer the land to the City of Yellowknife.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about surveying land, that actually belongs to the city. That's their responsibility moving forward, so it is their responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just clarify if that surveying that is the city's responsibility must take place before we transfer the land, or can we just simply transfer the land and then leave a city's responsibility to survey it and divide it into parcels accordingly up to the city? Is there an order in which surveying has to occur?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to the member. Prior to transferring a fee simple title to the city, legal surveys must be done, and it is the city's responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 11th, 2019, the Minister of Health and Social Services stated that the department received a full and final report on the Home and Community Care Review on September 16th, 2019, and she also stated it had 22 recommendations. Will the minister provide this document as promised by her to us MLAs by this session? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me go back and have a look at what was committed at that date. And if it's possible to share, then absolutely we'll share the document.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Just to clarify, that was the Home and Community Care Review. Will the minister tell us if the review provides recommendations to bring our out-of-province N.W.T placements home? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how do you say it? Repatriate is very important to our department, and if and where necessary, if we can provide services closer to home and bring our patients back to the Northwest Territories, that is very important to us, and it's also a cost saving. I can have a look to see what's in the report again, and just to refresh my memory and get back to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After receiving the stats of the out-of-territory by the number, I think we have 109 adults out of territory. 39 of them are in the Yellowknife area, and 27 out of that, those are the two top, but with the population of the Beaufort Delta, we have 27 out-of-province placements for adults. Will the minister look at finding a way to try and repatriate these clients from Alberta and wherever they are to the Beaufort Delta, and if not the Beaufort Delta, at least to the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that's kind of the same question that was asked, so let me just re-answer it to say that I will get back to the member on repatriation is again important, and the reason why we send some of our patients out is because we don't have the complex services that other provinces are able to offer, and that's why we send them out. And if and where there are, if there's ability to bring them back, then absolutely our department will look into that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to final question, and I'm sure the minister may not have the answer, but if she could let us know what the total amount is, and if we can't get that today, we can get that at some point, of how much we're spending on these 109 adults out of territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be coming to committee to review our budget items, and I've in my briefings, I've gone through my department's budget items, and we have a big budget, and I understand the members asking for the total amount, and I've seen the amount. I just can't recall it offhand, so I can have a look at it and get back to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more questions for my friend, the Minister of Justice. I just want to go back to the workplace safety assessment. Can the Minister tell us who's doing this assessment and who the results will be reported to? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had confirmed quite specifically that it was an external contractor, external to the Department of Justice, but I don't have the name. I'll have to confirm that. And I would expect that it will come back to me. As far as releasing it thereafter, I first of all need to know the extent of it. To the extent that it's a specific HR matter, I'd be hesitant to release names that are involving HRs. To the extent that it's a more broad assessment, I expect that that can much more generally be released to a relevant committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the answer from the Minister. I just want to inform the Minister that in times gone by, we have received reports confidentially as a standing committee, and we've committed to keep those reports confidential. I am concerned in the meantime about the safety of the staff in the North Slave Correctional Centre. The findings from that report into the incident last May suggest the guard may not have been aware of the protocol he wasn't following and put himself into a very unsafe situation. So my question for the Minister is, what specific additional measures can corrections management take to keep their frontline staff safe? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I would certainly share the view that making sure that all staff at corrections facilities across Northwest Territories are safe is critical. I certainly am aware of the need to do that and aware of the challenges of working in the corrections environment. I had seen and I'm aware from my involvement in the correctional area that this is something that we need to be constantly vigilant of. And so leaving aside the specific incident and the specific individuals involved, when I assumed this role, it was something that I was alive to and did indeed take action to establish the interdepartmental working group between Human Resources and Corrections in order to ensure that appropriate training is unfolding, that tracking of training, both in terms of the correctional side of training as well as mental wellness and wellness generally, are all taking place within the facility. There is now a work plan for that working group. They are looking at appropriate training for people within corrections. They are assuring me that indeed tools and resources have been developed and are being developed that look at within correctional institutions, mental wellness and wellness generally are going to be available, and more specifically that there's going to be corrections relevant training worked in that has a northern context and northern relevance, that's going to be part of all training delivered for new recruits going forward in the Northwest Territories. So I appreciate these questions. It is something that I think deserves significant attention, and I can certainly assure the member that, as I've said, there have been a number of things changed already and things that are going to continue to change and roll out over the next few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Justice Minister's comprehensive answer to my question. To follow up, I wonder how many frontline staff at North Slave Correctional Centre are away on stress leave or are being accommodated because they're unable to do their original job because of this incident or others like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will commit to getting a specific number to the member. I don't have it offhand. And Mr. Speaker, I can acknowledge that not only in our correctional facilities, but in corrections across Canada, there have been increases in the number of individuals who are off work as a result of psychological wellness, psychological injury. That is a growing concern. I'm assured, somewhat fortunately, although there's work to be done, that corrections staff are engaged on a national level with their counterparts to consider this issue, to consider what can be done to better support corrections staff in the Northwest Territories and in Canada generally, knowing that this is something that has become a bigger and bigger issue, and we're going to need to take steps to deal with it. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, there are some efforts already underway with the Interdepartmental Working Group looking specifically at mental wellness, and we'll continue to be looking for best practices from our counterparts across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again I thank the Justice Minister for her very comprehensive answer. I understand that the assault last May was unusual in its viciousness, but there are assaults fairly often within the North Slave Correctional Centre and in correctional centres generally. So I'm wondering if the Minister knows or can find out whether there have been additional assaults since the incident last May. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am assuming that the member is referencing assaults on staff as opposed to, and seeing that that's correct, I will find out whether or not there have been any further incidents involving assaults on staff, and in doing so try to determine what responses there have been or investigations that may have taken place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services on the provision of virtual care in the Northwest Territories. What does the Department of Health and Social Services consider to be the solutions to the barriers identified in the report by the Virtual Care Task Force report, specifically interoperability in governance, leisure and quality of care, payment models, and medical education? And what is the business case for increasing availability of virtual care in the Northwest Territories? And will the Department of Health and Social Services develop either a Northwest Territories or pan-territorial virtual care framework to provide equitable, timely, and
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have a provisional return to written question 4-19-2 asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on February 13th, 2020 regarding the action plan on core housing need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to table documents, the following two documents. A follow-up letter for oral questions 88-19 brackets 2, alcohol strategy, and a follow-up letter for oral questions 105-119 brackets 2, medical travel claim form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table virtual care recommendations for scaling up virtual medical services report of the Virtual Care Task Force from February 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the report entitled An Investigation Report into Allegations of an Assault at the North Slave Correctional Complex, dated June 25th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 12th, 2020, I will move that Bill 2, an act to amend the Public Highways Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration and committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Table document 30-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2020-2021. Table document 43-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates infrastructure number 1, 2020-2021. By the authority given to me as Speaker, by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Newbigton Lakes Region.
Okay, I'll call the committee to order. What is the will of committee? Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee would like to consider table document 30-19 bracket 2, 2020-2021 main estimates, environment and natural resources. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. Does committee agree? We will take a short recess. committee will call the committee back to order. We have agreed to consider table document 3019 brackets 2 main estimates 2020. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural Resource have any opening remarks?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. Madam Chair, I'm here to represent the 2020-2021 main estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Overall, the department's estimated proposes an increase of $10.7 million or 12% over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objective to prioritize responsible and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the upcoming years. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $5.9 million in additional federal funding to support activities related to boreal caribou habitat protection under Section 11 agreement, new measures to support recovery of the Bathurst and Blue Nose East Barren Ground caribou herds, and the establishment and management of 3 new protected areas under the Canada Nature Fund agreement. $4.6 million in fourth growth funding to address increased costs with the UNW collective bargaining, air tanker contracts renewals, and wildlife surveys along the Nunavik-Tuk Highway. $175,000 in funds to complete negotiations for Canada protected areas, and $774,000 in funds decreased due to program sunsets related to French language communication, the Bathurst Herd J-Pipe project, the feasibility work for the Centre for Northern Sustainability, and one-time funding received for climate change reporting and outreach. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly, strengthening the government's leadership and authority on climate change through research monitoring to help understand the cumulative impact on our ecosystem and ensure these are considered when the government makes decisions. Ongoing work with the federal government and co-management partners to complete boreal caribou range planning and enhance actions to support boreal ground caribou conservation and recovery in the Northwest Territories. Advanced conservation planning through the establishment of 2 protected areas, Tai Deni Deni and Tuyeta, as well as continue work towards the establishment of Wekahudi. Advanced transboundary water agreements. This includes our existing agreements with Alberta and British Columbia, as well as negotiating an updated agreement with Yukon and establishment of an agreement with Saskatchewan. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Arms, would you please escort witnesses to the chamber? Would the Minister please introduce the witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today are Deputy Minister Aaron Kelly, Acting Assistant Deputy Minister of Operations Brett Elkin, as well Director of Finance and Capital Planning Joyce Taylor. As well, in the witness room, we have Acting Assistant Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change Nathan Rickey. With committee's approval, we'd like it to move up water up the scale because of a prior commitment for the Acting Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does the committee agree if that's okay? All right. So does the Minister want to do that section now or?
Right now, like once we get this part done, and then we'll. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so I will now open the floor to general Resources. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? All right, committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with corporate management, starting on page 68 with information items on page 70 up to 71. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to say one quick remark that it's a pleasure to see this department actually get an increase in resources this time. That was not the case in the last Assembly, where each of their budgets was cut over 4 years, and that wasn't a great place to start. So I want to ask, though, there is a ENR has a strategic plan that goes 2015 to 2020, and I'm just wondering if there are plans to develop a new strategic plan. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, that's what we're looking into moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can the Minister just provide a little bit more detail? Is the department going to prepare a new strategic plan or not? Yes or no? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister for ENR.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a will. I want to ask, there was a couple of things from the last strategic plan that I don't think have been completed. One was a regional studies policy under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. I know that this is federal legislation, but I guess N.W.T has been delegated the ability to carry out a regional study. Do we actually have a policy completed for that function? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I would turn the mic over to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Madam Chair, at this time it is on a list of things that we still need to complete, but we recognize the importance of looking into this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is there a timeline for that work to be completed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister for ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, we don't have a timeline, and we're just evaluating our priorities moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, I'll be watching for that. I want to turn, though, to page 70 of the main estimates. There's an item here, Community Harvester Assistance Program. It looks like it actually went down from 2018-19. Can I have an explanation as to what happened in 2018-19? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer this part. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look at the Community Harvester Assistance Program line, as well as the Local Wildlife Committee line, you can see that there were some adjustments that were made, although the total is very similar, because we combined contribution agreements to reduce administrative burden. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister and his staff for that explanation. Can someone tell me just very briefly what the Community Harvester Assistance Program is all about, and if and when it was last increased? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, we'll ask the Deputy Minister to give that sort of detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are contributions to local wildlife committees that provide assistance and resources to harvesters, and the last time that that amount was looked at was 10 years ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wow, 10 years, that's a lot of inflation. There's also been changes in wildlife populations, particularly around caribou, where there's, harvesting prohibitions on the Bathurst herd, a number of restrictions on a number of other herds, so people have to go further to get or access different wildlife, different herds to get food. Does the department have any plans to increase the harvester assistance program? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, the department has been asked by our Indigenous governments to look at this program, to evaluate it, and see if we're actually meeting our needs moving forward. But further detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to add to the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During our engagements to develop the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan in 18 communities and at 3 regional meetings, there were concerns that were expressed about how the funding through CHAP was being put out into communities, so we've agreed to do a review of CHAP funding this year. Another comment that was made was that there was a real need for some mentorship, harvesting mentorship programs in communities to support others to get out on the land and harvest safely and responsibly. And so we are looking into training and mentorship programs under the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me this review that's going to be done, is it being done internally, externally? Do we have a cost figure for that review? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's done internally, and we haven't got a cost to it right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me, I understand that it's application-based or request-based, that the money does go to local wildlife committees. Is this an oversubscribed program? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So following this review, is the department waiting for the review before it makes any decisions about increasing this funding for this program? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. No further questions on this section. Thanks.
Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to the Take a Kid Trapping program, the uptake in that in my riding, it's really helpful with the community. Is there any plan for increases if people are not taking, like other communities are not taking advantage of that program? Is there opportunities for other communities to get more funding to do more with communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of ENR.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, it's fully subscribed, so no. Right now, it's people access it fully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How is the department, I guess, looking and making sure all the monies are being spent? I know uptake, stuff like this, there's uptake would be really big in the communities. So, but how is it being tracked, and then so they're not losing money or having to give it back at the end of the year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So My understanding, it's contribution agreements and that they have to provide reports as part of the contribution agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that being said, with contribution agreement, so if they're not spending the money sent back, what happens to that money once it's sent back? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. So if it's sent back, it's going to be recovery from the next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's cost savings, I guess, for the department. If somebody's not spending that money, then so the monies that's not being spent. What's the timeline of the contribution agreement deadline? Do they have enough time to resubscribe? Some communities to resubscribe to that funding for that year to do the expenditures instead of having it to basically give it back to the N.W.T and then not able to spend it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So presently, there has been limited or hardly any money being returned back. So it's subscribed and the applicants have been utilizing the money to its fullest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the Community Harvester Program, my colleague, Mr. O'Reilly, brought up in regards to that with the assistance program, where does it how many communities is that, are they assisting in that program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To get the full list, we're willing to share it with you, but we have a good chunk of, I would, 41
in 18-19.
41 and 18-19 right now. Thank you. 41 applicants. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. No, it's okay. That's good then. So it's not just to the communities, each community, it's to the different claim groups, I guess. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is to different organizations like hunters and trappers as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you, Mr. Minister, on that. Moving on to disaster compensation. I had some communities like camps and stuff like that that were due to high water, some in the Delta, some in the coastline communities. How does that work on the disaster compensation? And then how much is allowable, I guess, in regards to their cabins and stuff like that? What would they get back? And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's application based, but for further detail, I'll actually ask the Deputy Minister, with your permission, to answer the rest of the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, people can make an application. In the case of what you're seeing here, there were none requested. There were no claims requested in 18-19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to that, I know there were some houses that got destroyed in the Delta. Some of my friends lost, I think, 2 or 3 houses that went floating down the river, and I don't know how cumbersome or how hard it is to get the application into you to get approval, and what's the timeline on that approval timeline? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would encourage the member to get his constituents to reach out to our regional offices. and they work as efficiently as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Next on my list, I have the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are for the on the land unit. Can the minister provide me if we have staff in this and where are they located?
Thank you, member. Minister.
So yes, we do have staff, and they're based out of Yellowknife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any plans for this unit to be moved out regionally, as it seems like on the land, we always say everything ends up in Yellowknife, and this is something that I would consider a department that could be run out of a region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So we don't have a lot of staff in this area, and some of them are unfunded right now. So presently, we're not looking at relocating them to other regions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the budget for $3.5 million, can you give me a bit of a breakdown of what that's being spent on then? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that type of detail, I will turn to my Deputy Minister with your permission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That budget covers salaries, wages and benefits, and also covers grants and contributions and fees related to developing and implementing on the land activities, traditional knowledge, traditional economy, country foods, and public education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, so if it's providing all of those programs, are they traveling out to the regions, or are they doing that just in Yellowknife? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they do travel out to the regions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
No, I'm just going to move to the, just to kind of go back to the Community Harvester Assistance Program, and knowing that the minister said that this, the Deputy Minister said that this hasn't been reviewed in over 10 years, knowing that what we know in our regions outside of, this is a vital program for a lot of our communities, and when the Deputy Minister talks about mentoring and a lot of these things, and I think that's what this money will provide to the RRC, to the regional wildlife committees, to be able to promote more mentorship. So in this budget, knowing that it hasn't been reviewed, would they reconsider looking at least raising it, knowing that the cost of living has increased so much over the past 10 years? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are doing a review. That's part of the process, and if we need to, we will come back after we do our review to the committee and do through the business plan and our process. The other thing right now, we don't have the additional funds to allocate towards that right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Just, I know, just speaking to, I know there was a wide review, and I know that there's concerns on how this gets distributed, but I just feel like the consensus that I've spoken to different Indigenous groups in my region is they say it's just not enough money. There's just not enough money to give out, and you've stated that it's all used up every year, so we know that without even having to do a review that there's not enough money there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a great program. We're not denying that. We totally agree with you. what we've heard from 18 communities and 3 regional organizations is to look at how this program is being operated and managed. So what we've done is we're making that commitment. So we want to make an informed decision before we come and ask for money without justification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik, Twin Lakes. I have the member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here in the House, I mentioned before about cost of living again, just to echo what the member from Twin Lakes has mentioned. I mentioned here before that this is cost of living is a multifaceted problem in the North. Cost of groceries is going up constantly, and I believe that this Community Harvest Assistance Program is one of those ones that just helps out. There's nothing but good that comes out of this program, and I think that the minister really needs to understand that, even from my constituents as well, like if if there's more allocated to this program, it'll help offset that cost of living in the North. And this program aligns with our mandate. This is one of those ones that just fits perfectly. It makes sense. And we got to do whatever we can to help our residents in terms of, putting food on their plate, help people put food on their tables. I did have one question, though. I'm just listening to other questions. One question that wasn't asked, though, was how is this CHAP program allocated by region? Mr. Joe.
Thank you, member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, I can provide that information to you right now. So North Slave, $89,000. The Clecho, $155,000. South Slave, $180,000. The Beaufort Delta, $266,000. Sawtooth, $197,000. And the Date Show, $187,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have any further questions, member for Trinidad-Willowday? Are there any further questions in this section? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping the Minister could give me an update on relations to the metal and diamond effluent regulations under the Fisheries Act and any work being done under our corresponding Waters Act.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For detail, I'll ask, with your permission, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are ongoing discussions with the federal government related to this. In fact, we have staff traveling to Ottawa next week to engage in further discussions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could get the Minister to commit to just providing some more information to the appropriate standing committee on the status of this work. I believe the goal here is to eventually stand those down, if I'm not mistaken.
Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we'll make that commitment to get that to the Standing Committee of Economic and Development and Environment. But we're also, so everybody's aware, we're also looking at equivalency presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping I could have the Minister speak to any work we're doing to expand guardianship programs. I know a number of Indigenous governments are, looking to expand their guardianship programs, and ultimately that, overlaps with some of the work ENR is doing. So I'm hoping that I can get a commitment out of the Minister that we will see more guardians, run, and more guardianship programs run by Indigenous governments with the assistance of ENR.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we work with Indigenous governments to help them provide the guardianship. We don't push it on to them. We work with them when they're ready, and we try to help them as best we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The traditional knowledge policy, now that we have this on the land unit developed, I was wondering if there was plans to update the traditional knowledge policy.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've actually already updated it, and so now we're working on traditional knowledge plan moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I guess I'm confused. We have the traditional knowledge policy, and can I get a clarification how this works? We also have a knowledge agenda action plan 2019-24, which I believe is actually under EIA. Can I get some clarification on how the traditional knowledge policy works, the traditional knowledge implementation, and the knowledge agenda action plan work?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn, with your permission, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The knowledge agenda and its action plan are an update from the science agenda, so that it's not just science that we're looking at, it's traditional and local knowledge, and was developed in collaboration with many departments across the GNWT. One of the cross-cutting themes in the knowledge agenda is traditional knowledge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my next question is, work began on the Forest Act in the last Assembly. This department also is responsible for a number of the devolution pieces of legislation, the Waters Act, EPA, very significant pieces of legislation and work to be doing. Given the rush to get a bunch of legislation done in the last Assembly, I was just hoping the Minister could speak to whether what legislation we expect to come forward in this Assembly, and whether it's adequately funded in this budget, or should we expect to see a SUP to make sure all of that very important legislation gets done?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last Assembly, some stuff were rushed, and we understand that, but within the first half of the 19th Assembly, ENR intends to bring forward amendments to the Waste Reduction and Recovery Act, and amendments to and the consolidation of the Forestry Management Act and the Forest Protection Act in the new Forest Act. During the second half, the 19th Legislative Assembly intends to bring forth amendments to the Environmental Protection Act and the Water Act. And right now, and we continue to advance regulations development under the Wildlife Act, the Protective Area Act, and the Water Act, and the proposed Forestry Act. So we do have the resources right now to do the legislation that we're proposing to bring forth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my next question too is, we as Standing Committee will be taking the Wildlife Act out on a legislative review. Is the Department of ENR willing to provide assistance in that review that will be done by a committee?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I know committee has resources and researchers available to do that. We're just waiting to see what the committee's asking for us, and if we can help them, we will. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and committee will reach out, and we'll look forward to continue having those discussions. I was hoping also the Minister could speak to, so especially ENR's legislation, which is, at the heart really to Indigenous and Aboriginal rights. I was hoping the Minister could speak to the process we're going to use, and whether, all of these post-evolution kind of initiatives will be using a co-drafting process.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ENR does something a little bit different. It's not co-management. It's working with the Indigenous governments moving forward on the bills and that moving forward. For detail, though, I will ask, with your permission, the Deputy Minister to give you further detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ENR plans to continue with the partnership drafting approach that was used during the 19th Legislative Assembly. ENR, ITI, and lands led by the Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs are collaborating and working to formalize a protocol to engage the Intergovernmental Council for the future development of lands and natural resources legislation. And we also plan to pilot a collaborative engagement process with Indigenous governments and organizations for the development of regulations that would be similar to the partnership approach we used in the 19th Legislative Assembly for legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that process will continue, and I look forward to hearing more about the piloting it for regulations too, because there are a number of very important regulations that this department has. I guess my other concern that in using this process, what happens is, there's a very confidential and arduous co-drafting process, and then it comes to committee and ultimately to this House, and, as is the nature of public government, we can change whatever we want. So I think it can lead to some tension and some misunderstanding of who ultimately controls legislation in this process. So I was hoping the Minister could commit to, as that process is going on, providing regular updates to committee on the relevant issues and some of the places, so that we don't just get a bill and not know, what exactly has been extensively negotiated. So providing some of that, what's being discussed at the co-drafting table to a committee.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, it's not co-drafting, it's a partnership working with Indigenous governments. But in saying that, yes, it's about working together. So we'll make that commitment to provide further updates on a regular basis as we move forward, so that we all work together for a good act and a bill moving forward for all residents of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on this activity? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 69. Environment and Natural Resource Corporate Management Operation Expenditure Summaries 2020-2021 main estimates $14,464,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will move on to protection and waste management. Oh, yeah, Minister.
Thank you. With your permission, I would like to bring the acting Assistant Deputy Minister Nathan Ritchie in and replace Acting Assistant Deputy Minister Mr. Elkin. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort the witness out and the other in? We will begin, or we will go over activity, water management, and monitoring, beginning on page 83. With information items on page 86. Questions? Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
No, sorry. I need a minute. You threw us off by changing the order.
Member O'Reilly, are you ready? Or member for Frame Lake? We'll have you go first. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to ask the Minister, there was a lot promised in the last Assembly about completing all the transboundary water agreements, but I don't think anything was actually signed. Can someone confirm that for me? Thanks.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For further detail, I will ask, with your permission, the Deputy Minister to answer that question. Thank you.
All right. Deputy Minister.
With Alberta, a signed agreement with British Columbia. We have an intentions document that's ready to go out for consultation in the coming weeks with the Yukon updating our 2002 agreement. We're still in discussions with Saskatchewan, and Nunavut has alerted us to the fact that they would like to finish their water stewardship strategy and then begin engaging in discussions about a transboundary water management agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's good information to have, but I don't think it really answered my question, which was what was accomplished in the last Assembly with regard to these agreements. But I'm just going to leave that. And we had a lot of discussion in the House and outside of the House about the Tech Resources project, and the Minister had indicated that the transboundary water agreement with Alberta was going to protect us in some way. So could the Minister actually give us an explanation as to how that agreement will protect us from upstream development in the future? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll ask, with your permission, ask the Deputy Minister to provide that information. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the Mackenzie River Transboundary Water Master Agreement, there's agreement among all Mackenzie River Basin Board jurisdictions to work together to maintain aquatic ecosystem health, manage water use sustainably for present and future generations, respect the rights of each jurisdiction to manage water in its own use, provide early consultation and notification, and resolve issues cooperatively and harmoniously. In our transboundary agreement with Alberta, we have used the water stewardship strategy that was developed collectively with Indigenous governments as our interests, and we have an agreement that includes a bilateral management committee that facilitates joint implementation of the agreement, that classifies transboundary waters, establishes learning plans, and sets, monitors, and assesses the meeting of transboundary objectives. It also shares information and provides notification and consultation. Our agreements include water quality and quantity objectives and monitoring and triggers for quality, quantity, and biology as well, and learning about groundwater, as well as including traditional knowledge in decision-making and classifying water bodies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've read the agreements as well, and I understand that there's some information sharing, monitoring, and so on that's required, early notice of perhaps activities that might be happening upstream. But what is actually in there to prevent changes to water quality, water quantity in a way that's going to adversely affect residents and the environment in the Northwest Territories? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question in detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have access to upstream monitoring data, which allows us to have an early warning system of change, so we can track changes in water quality coming from Alberta towards the Northwest Territories border. We also have the risk-informed management approach, where water bodies are classified based on risk. At the lower levels of risk, like a level 2, we have learning plans in place. As you move up to a level 3, you set objectives, and level 4 is if an objective is not met, the upstream jurisdiction does what they need to do to return the water quality, water quantity, or biology back to below the objective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, that's helpful, but I'm still trying to understand, is there some teeth to these agreements in that our government could dispute or ask an upstream developer, the upstream government, to stop or cease putting something into the water that's going to adversely affect us? Is that sort of authority found in the transboundary water agreements? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for that detail, I'll have to ask the Deputy Minister to provide information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Bilateral Management Committee is a venue for us to bring forward concerns. We are also able to, the agreement does not stop us from pursuing legal means. One of the important pieces of the master agreement is that each party to the agreement maintains the right to manage the use of water resources within their own jurisdiction, provided that they maintain the ecological integrity of shared waters. So in this case, if there was a development in Alberta that we were concerned about, we would use the Bilateral Management Committee. If we could not agree at the Bilateral Management Committee level, we would use the dispute resolution mechanism that's built into the transboundary agreement. And if that still didn't get us where we needed to be, we are able to use legal means as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand all of that. Look, and I believe in transboundary water agreements, just in case anybody's wondering. I do think there's some value in having them, but I just question whether this is really going to protect our waters in ways in which we need. So with Teck Resources, N.W.T did not intervene in the environmental assessment of that project. Can I have some explanation as to why our government did not intervene? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking some corporate history here. Again, I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister to answer this question. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the case of Teck Resources, the proposed Teck Frontier mine did not predict any impacts to water beyond the Peace Athabasca Delta from the project, and the EA panel did not find the potential significant adverse effects to water quality, quantity, or fish habitat. We have the mechanisms through the Bilateral Management Committee to engage in discussions and ensure that we have adequate monitoring of quality and quantity, that we're getting the data from Alberta coming towards the border, so we have an early warning system of change. And that is the reason that we didn't participate in the environmental assessment process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the words of the Deputy Minister. She jumped straight to the conclusions of the joint review panel. I'm not sure I share all of the findings or agree with them all, but I still don't understand why our government didn't take the opportunity to intervene in that proceeding, given the interest of Indigenous governments, downstream water users. I'm still trying to understand why our government wouldn't use that process to intervene and express our interests, and I don't think I've had an explanation So I'll ask again, why didn't we intervene? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll have to ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have at the time, we were negotiating a transboundary water management agreement with Alberta that included the provisions that I've described so far for the Bilateral Management Committee, notification, our early warning system, and additional monitoring, including at the border. We made the decision not to intervene because we have that avenue for discussion with Alberta. In other cases, where we don't have a transboundary agreement with the jurisdiction, like Site C, we have intervened in those proceedings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We will move on to Member for Yellowknife North. Yeah. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to get a sense of what we charge industrial users for using water. So if someone has a Type A water license and they're going to be using millions of liters of water, what would we charge them? Where's that set out?
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have that detail. If the member wishes, we have an overall picture, but if he wants that detail, we're willing to provide it for him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize that there's, a rather complex way we license water and use water, and I'm fully supportive of our co-management system. I guess what I'd be looking for from the minister is kind of a jurisdictional scan out. Other jurisdictions charge industrial users for using their water, and ultimately, I think if you charge people for water, then it incentivizes them to use less water and adopt newer technologies that would put water at less risk of being contaminated. So if the minister could provide that information.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Two things. One was the first question he asked for a total was $55,000. The second thing regarding that, we've already provided that information to committee recently. So if committee hasn't received it, it should be there, and if not, then we will make sure another copy is sent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, committee has received that information. I guess I'm trying to get a little more public information on this. Can I confirm that it's $55,000 is the total amount we have received for all industrial users to use water in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, or Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the member wants to make it public. And yes, he's correct. It is $55,000 moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my question is how does that align with other jurisdictions? And I mean, if we're only collecting $55,000 and there's millions of liters of water being used every year, is it possibly increase that fee?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
So to understand, I believe the question was we're within range. We're within range across Canada. We've looked at that. We've looked at jurisdictional reviews, and we feel that the information, we're within that range right now. So we don't have a desire to increase this or decrease it presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that $55,000, would we know how much water that entitles industrial users to use?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's very specific to the license holders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North. No. Are there any further questions on this detailed item. No further questions. Please turn to 84. Environment and Natural Resource Water Management and Monitoring Operation Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $9,591,000. Does committee agree? All right. So we will move back to section Environment Protection and Waste Management, beginning on page 72 with information item on page 74. Questions on this section? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On page 73, there's a reduction in contract services for 2021. And it's quite a drop from the previous years. Can I have an explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For detail, I'll actually ask the Deputy Minister, with your permission, to answer that question. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In previous years, this contract services pays for analytical testing that cannot be done by Tega Labs and needs to be contracted out. So that's why we have some elevated numbers in previous years. It's also responsible for equipment, some of the equipment maintenance, which is why it's higher in previous years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to move on to a different matter. As I understand it, the Land and Water Board set financial security through the water licensing, but recently our government has refused to accept security put forward that includes both land and water. And I'd like an explanation as to why and what the fix is. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll ask this Acting Assistant Deputy Minister Ritchie. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and under the Waters Act, which is territorial, it is the authority of the land and or water boards of the territory to set security and water licenses and land use permits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. With all due respect, that's exactly what I said. My time is getting gobbled up here, Madam Chair. I'd like an answer as to why the Minister will not accept financial security that's put forward by water license holders that includes land and water. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Frame Lake. Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer that question, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Related to the specific example the member has brought forward, the board set a split security for land and water in the reasons for decision. All of the security was then put into the water license and none in the land use permit. The federal government delegated the authority for land-related liabilities to the Minister of Lands because of the Lands Act. It is under the Minister of Lands, and water liabilities to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources because the Waters Act is under the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources. The Minister of ENR cannot legally accept security on behalf of lands. As such, ENR could accept only the water-related security. The company is pursuing an amendment to their land use permit to address this security issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I understand that this is a recent development. We've had devolution for almost 5-6 years now, and that this is the first time this has happened where the ministers refused to accept financial security. And while the amount here is not a big one, or a large amount, I'm worried about what this means for the future and whether the minister is going to continue to refuse security that includes land and water amounts. How do we even decide what's land and water? Is a tailings dam, is it land or water related? This is not very helpful. And I want to know what the fix is, because this is going to increasingly put our government at financial risk, and I haven't heard what the fix is yet. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To get into that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department has to abide by what it has put forward in the reasons for decision. We will certainly encourage the board to make sure that what is in the reasons for decision is reflected in the land use permit and in the water license. If that had been the case, this would not have been an issue. So we will work with the land and water boards and encourage them to ensure that what is reflected in the reasons for decision is put into the land use permit and water license, and then this will not be an issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is going to be a longer conversation than my remaining 4 minutes. But does the reclaim model that the department actually pays to have developed and updated, does it include a way of calculating or making separate calculations for land and water related securities? I don't think it does, but I'd like to get that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister VNR.
I can answer this one. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the model does allow for separate calculations of land versus water related securities, and is that done on some sort of rule of thumb of a 60-40 split, or is this defensible legally in some other, say, court of law, or do we need to clarify our legislation in some way? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To get the full detail on this, I'll ask this Acting Assistant Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ricky.
Madam Chair, the reclaim model that is used to calculate security does split land and water related liabilities. Over the years of doing estimates, approximately 60-40 split between land and water has been the average, but it's site specific and it's component specific depending on the reclamation plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the response, and that was my understanding of it as well. It's done through sort of rules of thumb rather than any system that's based in legislation or regulation, and I think that's a problem. And the land and water boards, they always come up with a combined estimate of land and water related security, and I guess in this case the one I'm talking or we're discussing, they didn't split it between the land use permit versus the water license, but I think that's certainly not a science and it's an art, and we need to fix this. So so basically the only fix I've heard is that ENR is going to talk, or in future submissions will tell the board that they need to make a split between land and water, and that the securities need to be split that way. Is that the only solution that we have? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I think I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister to clarify what he said and to answer the second part with your permission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Ricky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To clarify, on average, it's about a 60-40 split between land and water, but it is very site-specific and component-specific. So, for example, some activities during reclamation under the liability would be 100% land. Other activities could be 100% water. So on average, it's 60/40, but it's not a rule of thumb. It could be different depending on the circumstances. And then when we prepare our security estimates and provide that to the board for its consideration and setting the amount in the land use permit and water license, we do provide a land and water split. And that is, we work with the companies on the security estimates, and we work with the company on that land and water split.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess with my 15 seconds left, this is a real problem and it needs to get fixed. I haven't even touched the issue of prevention, which our government hasn't done a very good job on. And I don't blame any of the individuals at the table for this, but we need to get our act together if we're going to try to demonstrate responsible resource development in the future. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Minister of ENR, did you want to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member is very passionate about this, and we're willing to work with him. It may not be what he wants to hear at the end of the day, but we're willing to work with him moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to switch over to waste management now on the same page, but currently the N.W.T has one of the highest per capita waste disposal in the country, and so I think that having this conversation is a very important one, especially where a lot of the waste in our smaller communities is generated by either the government or government projects, especially through construction waste. And so I'm wondering if ENR currently works with other departments to make waste management part of their procurement practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Yeah, short answer is yes, but I think maybe the member would like some more detail, and with your permission, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide further detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the waste resource management strategy that we currently have out, there's a that we're working to implement. One of the aspects is a greening of government strategy, and a pilot project under that that's going on right now is related to Sisson School with the Department of Infrastructure, and looking to reduce the amount of waste that will end up in the landfill by reusing and recycling some of the materials there. My understanding is that the hope is that 75% of the materials will be able to be reduced or recycled from that project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So is that strategy specific to this project as a pilot right now, or is it a blanket strategy that will apply to all procurement contracts that go out from the GNWT going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now it is a pilot project, but we're trying to utilize this moving forward. So lessons learned to be able to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is the intent then to also be able to implement policies and legislation that not only hold our contractors to account, but also hold our own practices within the GNWT to account as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes to policies. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be consistent across the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the transportation plays a large role in the Northwest Territories when it comes to taking care of our land and our environment. And we have both trucks that come into our communities that are road accessible, that come in generally full and leave empty. We also have MTS, which barges in product to our communities and sometimes leaves empty. So does ENR currently work with infrastructure to see how we can make sure that we are leveraging these transportation means effectively to make sure that nothing is going back empty, and to also make sure that if there is potential for us to put waste from communities into these trucks or onto MTS, that we're taking advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of E&R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes to MTS. We work with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Is making sure that we're using trucks that are coming into communities to the best of our ability, to make sure that we don't have vehicles that are coming in for government purposes leaving empty. Are we leveraging that medium as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of E&R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For further detail and very specific to what the member is asking, with your permission, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can speak specifically to the barging. So many of our communities in the Northwest Territories have stockpiles of hazardous waste. We've partnered with infrastructure to ship out, using the barges, hazardous waste stockpiles from communities. We could definitely look into the trucking aspect more, but we've been focusing on the hazardous waste and the barge to date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. How has ENR leveraged the on-the-ground expertise of different private businesses in order to help solve some of the landfill challenges in some of our remote communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that detail. I'll ask my Deputy Minister to provide that information. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe some of that work still needs to be done. What we have are some advisory committees that involve communities, as well as another advisory committee that involves businesses and others that are interested in waste reduction. And the solid waste aspect of it, we're working towards under the implementation of that waste resource management strategy that I discussed earlier. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess more of a comment. There are definitely businesses within the North that want to be able to share knowledge and expertise with communities and see the value of making sure that we're all as green as we possibly can be. And so there are people out there that would really like to be able to participate in stuff like this. My last question is in regards to banning single-use plastics and how the federal government has a goal of attaining that by 2021. And I'm wondering where we are as a government to be able to achieve that alongside the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From January 15th, 2010 to March 31st, 2019, nearly 57 million single-use bags, retail bags have been kept from the N.W.T landfill, representing about 72% reduction. And we are actually working with, and I apologize, I don't know exactly what the department is or the community is, but we're working with the federal government on this. And the Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment. So that's where we're working with them presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've seen some local retailers stop using plastic bags on their own accord and have just gone to reusing cardboard boxes or just insisting that the only option for people is to bring their own bag. In terms of the single-use plastic bags, is that something that our government would like to jump on sooner rather than later and work with retailers to end that practice? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that type of detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide information on what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned, we're currently working with our provincial and federal partners through the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment on a single-use plastic roadmap as part of a commitment under the Canada-wide strategy on zero plastic waste. Our intention is to do some amendments to the Waste Reduction and Recovery Act and also look at streams and which streams are most available to us for waste reduction in collaboration with some of those committees that I mentioned earlier. So the work is ongoing. At this particular moment in time, we would need to do some amendments to the Act to be able to enable that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We'll move to member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to commend the department on all the work they've done on that waste management strategy. There's a lot of good work in there. One of the issues raised in there is that a lot of our waste management facilities have a water license but are not in compliance with it. So my question is, do we know how many of them are not in compliance, and is there some sort of timeline to get them in compliance with their water licenses?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister Vinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to get back to the member with that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I trust the department understands the importance of that, and it's lots of work to do on waste management. I wanted to kind of pick up where the member from Frame Lake left off. So presently, securities are set by they're housed within ENR lands, and then there's a bit over in Orogo. I guess my question is there a reason that ENR and land securities are in separate departments? I recognize there's different legislation and those departments have responsibility for it, but is there any benefit to having them under different ministers? Well, the same minister, but different departments in this case.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister VNR.
Thank you. Detail, I'm going to have to ask the Deputy Minister to provide that information.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way that the securities are set up right now is due to the delegated authority from the federal government. Land-related liabilities have been delegated to the Minister of Lands due to the Lands Act, and water-related liabilities have been delegated to the Minister of ENR because the Waters Act sits under the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, this is the same kind of issue with contaminated sites, is that they lie within ENR lands and then a bit with EIA as well. So I guess what I'm looking for is, this is largely a political discussion about whether the minister is willing to look into, if there's any benefit to keeping all of our securities expertise spread out in different departments along with contaminated sites. I recognize Orogo has to be separate, and I recognize EIA has to have theirs, but and I know no one ever wants to talk about corporate restructuring, but I was hoping the minister could look into whether there's any benefit to keeping both contaminated sites and securities separate in ENR and lands. I recognize we would have to then change the delegated authority or move some people around in departments, but I'm asking if the minister is willing to begin that conversation.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister VNR.
Thank you. So right now, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty into the deep of this here is we have regulations that the Minister of Lands gets to deal with, and then there's a Minister of ENR gets to deal with. So we have those regulations there. The departments work together closely to address this, more so now than before. But for more further detail so that hopefully we can get people to understand, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to recognize that there are things that the Waters Act is responsible for other than securities that make sense at ENR. And there are things that the Lands Act does other than securities that make sense at the Department of Lands, which is why those pieces of legislation are in those two departments. There definitely is a close working relationship on securities between the two departments. And then following back to the contaminated sites part of the question, ENR is the lead on some of the work on environmental site assessments and other pieces of that, but many departments work on contaminated sites. MACA, infrastructure, all departments have an interest in contaminated sites. These files are things that the government is working to make sure that we're collaborating effectively on, and we understand the importance of both contaminated sites and, of course, securities and why there are concerns related to that. So there are special groups that have been set up within the government to work on these at multiple levels, the director level and the assistant deputy minister level, as well as the deputy level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North. No. Are there any further questions for this section? If there are no further questions, please turn to page 73. Environment and Natural Resource, Environment Protection and Waste Management Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 Main Estimates, $4,473,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now turn to Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, beginning on page 75 with information item on page 78. Questions? Are there any questions on environmental stewardship? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to start on page 76. Top item, climate change and air quality. Can I have an explanation as to why it's being reduced from last year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a sunset. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sunset of what? Our funding or federal funding? Can I get an explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was N.W.T funding, and it was very specific actions that we needed to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what those very specific actions were, but I think I'll have to move on. The contract services here on this page is increased significantly. Can I get an explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nature Fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So federal funding is being used to buy what? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Okay, thank you. So 1.066 million has been budgeted for the 2021 for contract services, establishing, managing, and monitoring of Canada protected areas, Nature Fund cost sharing agreement, cumulative impact and monitoring, climate change and air quality, and conservation planning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just leave that alone for now. I want to ask a question about cumulative impact monitoring program. What are we doing to actually facilitate a response and implementation to the environmental audits? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to address that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been provided with a draft of the audit. We are looking at the recommendations and providing responses. And once we have the responses, we will release it as we did the last time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So what kind of follow-up, though, is done from year to year to make sure that commitments are actually kept and implemented? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister Vinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's internal tracking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I didn't have my earpiece in. Could he repeat the answer? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Minister Vinar.
I apologize. There's internal tracking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So internal tracking is great. How's that, is that tracking reported in any way? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister Vinar.
But then it informs the next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now, no, but it helps us inform us with our next audit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That internal tracking, is that something the department's going to be looking at reporting, maybe through the state of the environment reporting that's to be done under the Environmental Rights Act or some other way? It's just, how is anybody supposed to know whether our government actually takes the environmental audit findings and its commitments seriously and actually carries through? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister Vinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can look into that through our simple reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to go back to the funding for climate change and air quality. Do we actually have enough funding in here? Is there a costed action plan that's related to the climate change strategic framework? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
For that detail, I'll ask you, with your permission, get the Deputy Minister to answer that question. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the action plan, Part 1 actions, there's funding available to complete them. Part 2 actions, there is no funding source defined as of yet. We've been successful in accessing some federal funding to do some of the Part 2 actions to date, and we continue to look for avenues to fund those actions through the federal government and other funding agencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've looked at the action plan. I don't think well, there was no cost figures in it that I recall seeing. Can the department provide a costed breakdown or show what this $1.9 million is actually being used for and how it relates to the action plan that was developed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can give you, right now, it's program policy and management, communication adaptation, climate change information and data management, adaptation programs, air quality monitoring, and that's presently where the funding is. Does the member wish to have a complete breakdown of those areas? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That would actually be helpful. I know I read the mind-numbing 48 or 50-page climate change strategic framework action plan recently, and it was basically a recounting of everything that the government was doing around climate change. I didn't find it terribly helpful. There was really no sense of priority. I have no idea where funds are being expended within that action plan and how that's actually going to allow us to reach the Pan-Canadian Framework target at the end of the day, or even higher is what I think the planet requires. But yeah, I would actually like that breakdown. Is that something the minister can do? And
Sorry, just can you repeat just the very end? I think it switched over.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can the minister prepare that breakdown of the $1.9 million in relation to the Climate Change Strategic Framework Action Plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can read it right now, or we can provide we'll provide the breakdown to the members for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure we're quite on the same page here. I don't want some sort of general kind of categorized breakdown. I'd like to know how much is being expended on each of the action items in the so-called action plan. That would be helpful, and I would also like to know how that relates to the response to the Auditor General report on climate change. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Chair. For clarity, the action plan was developed in collaboration with Indigenous governments, industry, and many other partners, and contains actions that have been put forward by those groups that are priorities for them related to climate change. And it is our intention that the Climate Change Council will work with us to prioritize Part 2 actions. With respect to funding for individual actions, much of the work is being done by staff within the N.W.T. So the member would receive information on ENR staff that are working on many of the action items in there, as well as staff from other departments, because the action plan is for all of the departments in the N.W.T, the climate change action that they're taking. So there are many, many actions that are listed in there, and all of those actions were come together through a very large engagement across the Northwest Territories. And just to summarize, the Climate Change Council will help us to prioritize those actions, but whatever funding is available, if it matches up to actions in that action plan, we're jumping on that funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Moving on to Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When can we expect to see our air regulations in place?
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, we're having difficulty staffing that position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as when we get a person to staff the position, then we can go from there. I guess my question is, do our air regulations have any plans to regulate the amount of CO2 emissions?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They're still under discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my concern is that the Auditor General, one of the specific things is that we seem to lack any clear authority of responsibility for climate change. If we know that the energy strategy is not going to get us to meet our targets, and we know that we as a government are not reaching our targets, which I think, considering we're disproportionately affected by climate change, really is not showing that we're a leader. You know, we're a relatively small jurisdiction, I recognize that, but I think we all have to do our part. But if we know that we are not on track to meet our targets, does the Minister of ENR have any ability to do anything about that?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
People can speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've offered to do a technical briefing as well as to get a technical briefing with the energy one energy strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Listen, I get that I'm probably not going to get the Minister of ENR commit to a legislated target that, is enforceable right now in this question period, although that is what I'd like to see. A number of researchers have suggested one of the best way for the Northwest Territories, given the remoteness of our communities and the difficulty of getting off diesel, is simply for us to purchase carbon offsets or to require, the Power Corp or other large emitters, industrial people to purchase carbon offsets, which would then, allow us to meet our carbon targets by, funding other green projects. Has the N.W.T ever purchased carbon offsets?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we haven't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interestingly enough, we as members are actually allowed to purchase carbon offsets through our CWEA to compensate for any flights we may take. So just an interesting fact for members. And I'd like to see the N.W.T look into that. Will the Minister of ENR, I recognize that perhaps finance, infrastructure, I don't know where exactly this would lie, be willing to look in the possibility of N.W.T utilizing carbon offsets as one of the many tools in fighting climate change?
Thank you, Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that would be a question for Finance, the Department of Finance, and I would encourage the member to reach out to the Minister of Finance to ask that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. I assure you I will reach out to the Minister of Finance and give her some more work to do. Sorry, no further questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to Member from Trinidad-Willowday.
Masicho, Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the page 77 line item here with the Interim Resource Managed Assistance Program. And just a quick question to the Minister. This line item here, there doesn't seem to be any increases for the last little while, the last couple of years. So I can ask the Minister, why has this been increased? Masicho.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's the money we're getting from the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Masicho, Madam Chair. So what is his department doing to contribute to this program? Masicho.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ENR.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So we are administrating this program for the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is important because it does affect Indigenous communities for unsettled land claims to with help with their land and resource management. Is there any appetite for or from that department or from the Minister to lobby for more money, because it is important to help Indigenous governments and unsettled land claims? Masicho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So presently we were doing a review on this, and then we will go from there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. So would the Minister report back to one of the committees with any findings? Masicho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank
you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the responses. So just one last quick question on this area is which committee would you be reporting to? Thanks.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would believe we would report the Standing Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. Or no, Environment, or Economic Development and Environment. Sorry, SCEDI. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on this action of this item. Oh, you still have a question? Okay, sorry, Mr. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just had one quick couple questions actually with conservation planning and implementation, page 76. I see there's an increase here in funding to 5.26 million. This is the federal funding, some of it, but I know that Thaidenanena, and forgive me, this is not my mother tongue, but Sayo Yu Edicho are two candidate areas that were established. So I know that some of that funding will go there, but there's also 7 candidate areas that are left to be established. What is the plan going forward with those 7 candidate items, Mr. Cho?
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For further detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a conservation work plan, Healthy Lands, Healthy People. It is coming to a close for that action plan, and we're planning to develop a new one. We're committed to continue the work that is in the action plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
And one other question here too. I'm just looking at page 78 in terms of positions as well. I know that there's been, with the establishment of, say, for example, Thaidenanena, I'm just wondering if there's been any new increase in positions with Thaidenanena with this line item. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister VNR.
Sorry, yes, there has been. And if the member wants, there's one in the North Slave, one in the Cleat Show, and one in the Sawtooth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't wait to understand. I didn't. The Thaidenanena doesn't have anything to do with the Clean Show, but okay. So let me be a little more specific. So in terms of Flutsalke, which is in my writing, I just want to see if there's going to be any new positions as a result of this budget increase. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a position going into Litsake on our R02 position that's going into that position, and Litsake is actually out of North Slave for this for the department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the response. So just one last question. So that one position that's indicated here in the 2021 active positions, that's one directly for Litsake then? Is that correct then?
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister VNR.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't hear exactly what it was, but I believe he was asked, it's a 4-year position, or it's for 4 years, and it's through the Nature Fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further.
Right. Are there any further questions on the environmental stewardship and climate change? If no further questions, please turn to page Minister VNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just request that we switch out our acting assistant deputy ministers and bring Mr. Alkin back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort the witness out and bring the other witness in? Thanks. All right, so are there any further questions? Can you please introduce your witness for the record?
Thank you. We switched out acting Assistant Deputy Minister Ritchie to Acting Deputy Minister Elkin. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on environmental stewardship and climate change from the members? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 76. Environment and Natural Resource, Environment Stewardship and Climate Change, Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates, $13,825,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now turn to we will now begin forest management, beginning on page 79 with information item on pages 82. Questions? Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just turn your attention to page 80, fire suppression. I had did some research on this one here. I know we had some discussions in committee on this. And this is the one item I think that would really affect a lot of our mandate items. And this is one that could fluctuate either way. It's hard to say. None of us have a crystal ball. But if we have one bad fire season and we could say goodbye to a lot of our mandate, a lot of our wish lists that we may have. So in 2014, we had a really bad fire season. We had, according to my stats here that I have in front of me, 385 fires, and we went up to $56 million in cost, and about 3.4 million hectares in forests that was damaged. So a lot of this line item here is based on averages, like 5-year averages, if I'm correct. And I guess my first question to ministers, so let's say we had a really mild season last couple of years, we had a wet season. We have a surplus. Is there any plans for that surplus if there is a surplus this year?
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it goes actually back to general revenue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
On the other end of the spectrum, let's say we have another bad fire season. And I just want to get a sense of the minister's threshold here to ask our federal counterparts for help. So what would be your upper limit? So I'd like to ask the minister, what would the minister's upper limit would be to ask for, say, declare emergency and ask for federal help? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually our responsibility, so it would be us that would have to be looking after this, our fire season. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Well, I'm just a little concerned, like I said before. I want to make sure that we don't have to go back for a sup on this one. It's hard to say, like I said, we don't have a crystal ball. But I guess I'll leave that at that. See if I have any further questions, I'll talk to the minister in person. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Further to my colleagues' questions, if we do have a bad fire season and it is our responsibility to pay for it and we blow this budget, how do we end up paying for a bad fire season at the end of the day? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of ENR.
We would have to come back to this House and ask for a sup. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Hypothetically speaking, if we end up with multiple really bad fire seasons in a row, if we are incapable of increasing our borrowing limit from the federal government, how do we continue to be able to protect the N.W.T from bad fire seasons, given that we're at the top limit of our borrowing capacity? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister Vinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hypothetically, we don't do hypothetical. We have to deal with reality. So if we base it on our 10-year average, and so that's what we're looking at. That's the challenge that we would have to face moving forward if we continues to have a bad fire season. At that point in time, we may have to go to the federal government again and ask them to raise our debt ceiling. But right now, it's a SUP, and we have to be accountable for the firefight or the fighting fires. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess I was looking for our worst case scenario, rainy day scenario. But within the forest management budget, most line items are going up, and there's one notable line item that's come down. It's materials and supplies. And so I'm wondering if, that's purchase services. I'm wondering if the minister can actually speak to why that line item has come down substantially. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister Vinar.
So 2018, 2019, we bought aircraft parts, and that's why we see a reduction in this one moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see we're pulling in about $5,000 in timber cutting licenses and permits, which is not that much. I recognize that much of the Northwest Territories doesn't have trees, but there has been in the past quite significant commercial timber operations in the south. Can I just get a sense of what the department's doing to, look into further developing our forestry industry?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister Vinar.
As needed.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we actually work with the communities that look forward on it, and so when they reach out to us, we try to work with them, and I happen to know of one specific that is in a Henday right now that they're trying to work with the department, and the department's working with them to address that moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do think there is actually quite a bit of potential in working with our ITI to make sure that, we develop our forestry industry. And there's a whole spectrum here of, whether it's community woodlots or a person building log cabins or, the large BC forestry companies who have come up and harvested in the past in the Northwest Territories. So I would encourage that department or the Minister of ENR to work with ITI to see if there's some potential economic growth there. My other question is, do we presently have conduct any tree planting, or is there any plans to do any tree planting?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister Vinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have one study that we're looking at right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we've had a number of really bad forest fire seasons, and the boreal forest just simply is not growing back to be the same forest that used to be. Also, there is a reforestation fund. We don't require our commercial forestry operators to replant like they do in many other jurisdictions. There's been a recommendation to, reforestation is one of the #1 ways we could fight climate change. Also, it's a huge employer. So I guess my question to the Minister is, do we have money presently set aside for reforestation?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
We have some.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To get the detail, I'll actually ask the Deputy Minister to provide that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that there's some funding through stumpage fees that could be used towards reforestation. There have been some issues in the past where it hasn't been very successful, and that's one of the reasons we're doing the pilot, is to see if there's certain site prep techniques or other things that could help us to make it more effective in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll have further discussions with the Minister about this. I also believe that the federal government is, through its climate change plans, is looking at reforestation as one of the many tools. So I think looking at the pilot that we're doing and leveraging the money that we currently have set aside through stumpage fees, that there's probably an opportunity to leverage some more federal funding for reforestation efforts. So I'll just leave that as a comment.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. If you have no other further questions, I'll take that as a comment. Are there any other? Oh, Minister of ENR.
Thank you. Just so people are aware, we actually have accessed that's part of our study. So we're actually accessing money from the federal government, and from that study, we're hopefully being able to see what we can then access from the federal government moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on forest management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking, I guess, page 81, under industry development, there's a section on forest management agreements. Do we have any in place, and how many? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have two with companies in Fort Providence and Fort Res. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with respect to those agreements, what are they for? Are they for harvesting, research management, or what are they for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
For harvesting.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's there for harvesting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I see forestry as a potential for development and a way to create jobs in that. So I also encourage that ENR to work with ITI to promote it, because it appears to me that, I guess, living in the South Slave, I don't see a lot of harvesting going on. There's a little bit, and I guess in saying that, I would kind of like to know from the minister, what activities, or to what extent are activities happening in the South Slave with respect to harvesting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do work with the ITI on this, and from my experience, we work with the community moving forward. They're the ones that come to us, or the companies come to us. But for given further detail, with your permission, ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South. Yes? Oh, sorry. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before tree harvesting can occur, wood fiber supply agreements with another business need to be developed, and they're under development right now. We're told that they're near completion, so we're moving towards the more active phase of the negotiations, and you should be seeing work in the South Slave in the near future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other question I have is when there's industry moves into, we'll use Cameron Hills as an example, or any mining activity, and roads are put in, what happens with the timber that has to be removed? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, we don't know, and we'll have to get back to the member for further detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member. All right. Seeing the time, I think we're going to take a short recess, and then we'll get back to finishing this section, and we have 2 more sections. Does committee agree? Okay. Calling committee back to order. We are on forest management, pages 79 to 82, and I am going to give the mic to the minister responsible in ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. MLA Simpson asked a question about the cutting the roads and that, and we were able to get the information. So with your permission, I'd ask the Deputy Minister to provide that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member was asking a question about what happens when a road is put into a mine with the wood. It's as per the land use permit. Generally, it's put in windrows along the side of the road. Often, communities are able to access that wood, but not all the time, depending on discussions with the company. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. So we will move on to the next, to member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I did have a couple questions on forest management, if I can. Page 80, there's a line item here. I think it's contract services. There's a big increase from last year. Can I get an explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide that information.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The increase is due to forced growth for the Electra air tankers and the Fireboss, as well as some funding related to the conservation and recovery of barren ground caribou for $146,000, which is the YELLOWKNIFE crew. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So with the fire suppression aircraft, presumably, I thought we'd actually bought some of these ourselves, but so there's increased contract or maintenance or something associated with these? What exactly is the increase for those aircraft? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Oh, we already said that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are for, there's forced growth related to the air tankers, and we own the Fireboss, but the Electras are owned by a company that we have a contract with, and there were some negotiations that increased the contracts that we have to pay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a different question. Now, under the Low Carbon Economy Fund, which is a federal program, I think there was some money in there for carbon sequestration and I think reforestation possibly. Does that show up anywhere in the ENR budget, or is the department accessing any of that funding? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, we'll have to get back to the member with that detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on forest management? Seeing that there are no further questions, please turn to page 80. Environment and Natural Resources Forest Management Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $38,044,000. Does committee agree? All right, we are going back. We've done water management, so we are going to wildlife and fish beginning on page 87 with information items on page 90 to 99. Questions? Questions for wildlife and fish? Any questions? Okay, Frame Lake? Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, I think the minister said, even in his opening remarks, if I can find them, that there was some funding in here for wildlife surveys along the Inuvik to Tuck Highway. Can I get an explanation of that, please? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's for caribou and grizzly bear populations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So is the department able to charge this back to the Department of Infrastructure? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So infrastructure is actually providing us the funds to do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's great news. Thank you. I wanted to move on to caribou funding. The minister talked about $5.9 million of additional federal funding covering a whole bunch of different areas. And then back on February the 5th, I'd asked some questions of the minister around caribou funding for the Bathurst caribou herd, and at that point he talked about $6.8 million over 5 years. And I'm just trying to reconcile who's paying what for caribou and how much and over what period of time. Can the minister commit to give us something in writing that lays this out more clearly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Yes, we can provide that in writing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just so we're on the same page here, is the minister going to break that down by boreal caribou versus barren ground caribou, and even within the barren ground caribou allocations, if there's money that's been identified for specific herds or planning projects, that kind of thing? Is that the kind of breakdown I'm going to see over time as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Minister. Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's great to hear. I just want to poke into this a little bit further. So back on February the 5th, the minister talked about $6.8 million over 5 years for barren land caribou herds. Is this ENR money that was approved through the FMB, or is this federal money that he was talking about back on February the 5th? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So new barren land ground caribou funding, it was an FMB submission, so it's our territorial money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wow, all that complaining about no money for caribou must have paid off. I didn't even know about this until February, so yeah, I'm really curious to know, does the minister know whether any of that is for habitat protection? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Yeah. Thank you. Madam Chair, just the one comment is this was approved in the last government, but as for the habitat, that information, with your permission, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's funding in here for communities to provide input into which habitat they feel should be protected. We need to still look at the mechanism for how that would work, and that funding is not included in this this money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So do we need additional money then to do work on habitat protection? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you. Some of the stuff we can do within, and depends on the mechanism. We may have to come back, but right now we're trying to be able to do it with internal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I understand that barren ground caribou, barren land caribou are being considered for designation under the Species at Risk Act, which would trigger a whole cascading set of legal requirements, including a recovery strategy. Can someone explain when that decision, what the financial consequences are going to be for our government? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, for this detail, I'll ask the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister, Mr. Elkin. Thank you.
Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by noting that barren ground caribou, in terms of listing as a species at risk, are being looked at both federally and territorially. So the N.W.T, we've already listed them as threatened. We have a time, under the Species at Risk Act, we have a timeline to finalize a recovery strategy along with our co-management partners. We just had a meeting in Inuvik in February to do the penultimate draft, and we expect it to be in place by July 2020. The federal government has not yet listed, they're still out consulting, so their recovery strategy would be further down the line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's helpful to know. What are the financial consequences for our government? Is there money in here for the development of a recovery strategy and associated actions with that for N.W.T? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have enough money to do the recovery strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, assuming that the federal government is going to find barren land or barren ground caribou as a designated species under their legislation, would we be looking to enter into a Section 11 agreement for that species as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The federal government has Nature Fund money for priority species that we would look to access. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. But we wouldn't be necessarily waiting for the federal money before we start to do something ourselves. Is that correct? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we've actually started the process already, so we're ahead we're ahead of the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when Do we expect to undertake the next series of caribou calving ground surveys? And is there money in the budget to do that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister Wiener.
June for Bathurst and Blue Nose East. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Sorry, thanks, Madam Chair. I didn't quite hear the minister's answer. Is it June of this year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So how's that coordinated with the government of Nunavut? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We work collaboratively with the Nunavut government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if ENR or any department has some sort of valuation of the amount of the value, the monetary value on the meat that local harvesters provide for communities.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Presently, no, we do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that in some conservation circles there's hesitancy to put a value on, wildlife, but I think as we're going forward in this assembly looking at food security and we're talking about increasing, the Harvesters Assistance Program, I really do think that, there is a value to putting a value on what all of our caribou herds are worth to providing food security and doing some of that assessment of, what it would ultimately that benefit in food security is being provided by local harvesters. Would we be willing to begin that work?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn with your permission, I'll ask the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister to respond to this question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working closely with our wildlife co-management partners. One of the key things that we need to know and they want to know is monitoring the amount of food, how much caribou they need to meet their needs and what is available. So we do that work with them. What we've heard through their consultation on the Wildlife Act and others is that there is a desire not to put an economic value, so we try to do that work by estimating what is basically what they call the basic needs levels. How much caribou do communities need to meet their needs? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do recognize there is that contention here. To me, if we're talking about saving the Bathurst caribou herd, and we can put an economic value that it's providing thousands and thousands of dollars of meat every single year in ideally forever. I guess I think it helps make those arguments when comparing a Bathurst caribou's damage to a non-renewable resource project. So I think this is a conversation for another time, but I do think that economic value has some things. Another kind of core of the North American model of conservation is that to not allow market hunting, essentially not allow people to hunt for the purposes of selling meat, which kind of goes in contradiction to what I just said about prescribing a value to it. But I know there is some exploration of the idea of allowing our harvesters to sell the locally harvested meat and whether that to be to restaurants. Can I just get an update from the Minister of where that work is at?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister to answer the question.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we did consultation and engagement and built the Wildlife Act with our partners, we heard fairly clearly that there was not support for commercialization of wildlife. So that's actually built in the Act that you cannot do that. What we do in settled land claim areas is we recognize the traditional sharing practices, and that's laid out what that means in each of the 4 settled land claim areas. Department of Health, I won't speak for them, but they are looking at ways to bring food into institutions, and we've been working closely with them to facilitate that, not through the commercial mechanism, but in ways to get people to donate and share so we can provide that to people in facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I think the move to traditional foods in hospitals is a good step, and perhaps that will somewhat commercialize the market. But I don't want to see that principle of non-commercial hunting disappear. Although I think there probably is some inconsistency in the messaging that is occurring between ITI Health and ENR in regards to the market of hunting, because I've seen more and more push to allow locally harvested game to end up in restaurants or end up in markets, and to me I don't understand how we could do that without commercializing it. So I guess my question would be, would the Minister of ENR just be willing to reach out to ITI and Health and get a fuller picture of how this fits within the principles of conservation?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have an interdepartmental working group that's looking at this and trying to address this issue right now, presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess kind of moving on in a similar vein, we do have a reindeer herd, which is not wildlife, although it is the responsibility of ENR. Along the same vein, I question why I don't see reindeer on more and more menus, why I can't buy it in the grocery store. Can I get a sense from the department of what's going on with our reindeer herd and whether we can tap into that as a food source?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, that's actually a privately owned herd. It's not a government of the Northwest Territories managed herd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do recognize that it is a privately owned herd, so I guess I'll just accept that as an answer and reach out to Mr. Binder at some point. Madam Chair, I guess my next question is, presently we have a fairly large no bison zone due to a number of disease controls. I've actually had constituents reach out, and the possibility of looking into bison farming. They also looked into reindeer herding as the possibility of getting some of those things. And right now the regulatory process just essentially makes that impossible, is what my constituents have told me. And this is one of those issues, is every time we ask questions of food security, I don't exactly know who to ask them to. When I ask questions about animal health, if it's not wildlife, it kind of falls to MACA, which doesn't make any sense. So sometimes it falls to ITI. Once again, I guess, would we have that interdepartmental working group? Would the minister be willing to have a conversation about the feasibility of our regional senators, including my constituents in Yellowknife North, about how they could even go about possibly having a bison farm or a reindeer farm?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we can have that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions to the section Wildlife and Fish under Environment and Natural Resources? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just see the title, Wildlife and Fish, and I'm curious to what section the fish are actually in here. I see lots of fur-bearing type headings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Show me the fish.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Fish are in the water, but to get it more of a clarification, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister with your permission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This division was recently, the name was changed to Wildlife and Fish to reflect the fact that we have fisheries responsibilities at ENR. We have an MOU with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for enforcement of their freshwater sport fishing regulations. We also have the Cumulative Impact Monitoring Program, one of the three valued ecosystem components that we do a bunch of research on at the department and work with partners on is fish. And our waters group as well works with communities on fish monitoring. So we wanted to reflect that we do work on fish, and it was determined that naming this division Wildlife and Fish would show that. It's consistent with many other jurisdictions across Canada that have fish and wildlife divisions within their environment department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, now I know where the fish are. Yeah. So you said that it deals with sport fishing. So in Hay River, I know that like we have the pickerel runs, and our concern is that we get people from the south come down, and the quantity they take is usually probably beyond what their allowed limit is. So was I correct in hearing that you said that your department will monitor the I guess that portion of it, policing, the recreational? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we enforce it, and we send officers, and when we hear concerns, to that location. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is there a budget item or a budget amount for that policing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to get back to the member to tell you exactly where it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in terms of monitoring, I guess, or policing that, how many, I guess, people or officers would be in place during the summer or during the run of, say, pickerel in the South Slave? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's just our standard officers that we use for fishing and hunting as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
No, I think that's all. Just want to make sure that that fish is protected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Are there any further questions under the section Wildlife and Fish? Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick comment in regards to your caribou monitoring up in the Delta. We're right in my in Husky Lake area. They're flying around with helicopters. They're buzzing. Shouldn't be buzzing hunters when they're hunting. Kind of dangerous. That just came into a couple of text messages in regarding to that. So where does it say, like in with the department, when you're doing stuff like that, don't they have to fly at a certain level and stuff like that when they're doing stuff like that in regards to caribou monitoring instead of scaring them? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We follow the best practices.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. We follow the best practices that, out there across Canada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput.
you're going to have to start following that best practice then for some of your officers that are doing their job. I commend them in all what they're doing and safety of the, working safely and stuff like that. But when you're starting to do that, that's almost a member statement. But for myself, that has to stop. You shouldn't be buzzing hunters and in regards to safety and that of them and your workers. So thank you. More comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister of ENR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the member with that concern, if the public has concerns, what's going on, please report it so we can address it. Again, if there are situations, locations, and that, so we're aware. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under the activity Wildlife and Fish? If seeing no further questions, please turn to page 88. Environment and Natural Resources, Wildlife and Fish, Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates, $16,688,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, member. Please return now to the department summary found on page 65. Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to see if we're going to address some of the pages 90, 91, like on the Environment Fund, in that area.
9091 was part of the last section. Okay. Just to clarify, those pages, yeah, they're information items under the last section that we just went through. So, all right. So, going into the departmental summary page on page 65. Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. The motion is being handed out, distributed. Okay, the motion is on. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those opposed? The motion is carried. It carried. The motion is carried. All right. Mr. Norm? Oh, yes. Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort the witnesses out of the chamber? I'll let you go. All right. Mr. Norm, member for Trinidad-Willowday, what is the will of committee?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
You may have the report of the Committee of the Whole. Member for Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Table Document 30-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2020 and 2021 and Table Document 4319 brackets 2 supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 1 2020-2021 and would like to report progress with one motion adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a seconder. Member for Kamloops. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 11th, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioners' opening address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 4-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 11th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. Order.